Good afternoon, and I'm going to open the Architectural Board of Review for January 11th, 2020. And we'll start with a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call. We have Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Six.
Here.
Board Member Black.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Present.
Board Member Whalen.
Here.
And Board Member Watkins and Anderson are absent today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not on today's agenda. Do we have anybody from the public?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'm uncertain if we have any member of the public that would like to speak on a non-agendized item. If there is a member of the public that would like to speak, please raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. Okay, I do not see that anybody has done that at this time.
And this is Mary. I just wanted to state that we did not receive any written public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll close public comment and move on to approval of the minutes for December 14th. Does anybody want to make a motion to
I move that we accept
regarding
the
these
minutes.
minutes?
I move we accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
Okay, is any discussion? No discussion. Okay, let's take a vote.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
Yeah.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, and then the approval of the consent calendar for the 21st of December. Do we have those? There they are.
Thank you, Chair Moore. The items that were reviewed on December 21st consent calendar were 1425 Las Positas Road, and it was granted final approval as submitted. Item B was 3441 State Street, which was granted project design and final approval as submitted.
Okay,
I'll move to approve.
okay.
Second.
First by Mr. Whalen and second by Vice Chair Six. Any discussion? No? Okay, let's take a vote.
Thank you, Chair. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. We have Chair Moore.
I'll be abstaining from this vote.
Okay, Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. And then for January 11th.
Thank you, Chair Moore. The ABR consent calendar met earlier today where they reviewed 921 Medio Road. The project received project design approval, meeting the project compatibility analysis.
Move to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Olson. Any discussion? No? Okay, let's take a vote.
All right, thank you. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
you. All right, now we're on to announcements, requests by applicants for continuances, etc. Understand planning has some announcements.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Yes, I do have several announcements today for the board. The first announcement is item number 4, 702 East Gutierrez on today's agenda has been withdrawn. So that item will not be heard on today's agenda. The second announcement I have is that we do have a new board member Anderson. She has done all the things required, except there was one sort of hiccup with this being sworn in. So she will hopefully be in attendance at the meeting in 2 weeks. The third announcement is, sorry, I have so many announcements. I'm trying to keep them straight. So the third announcement is our next meeting in 2 weeks is when we'll have the elections for chair and vice chair. At this meeting, Chair Moore and Vice Chair Six have agreed to continue their role for this meeting, but at the next meeting, we'll have elections for that and also subcommittee appointments. So because we don't have a subcommittee's appointments, asking for 2 volunteers for the next consent hearing, which is actually Tuesday, January 19th. If I could have 2 members of the board would be willing to hear the consent calendar next week. Okay.
I will.
I'm able to do that as well.
Thank you, Chair Moore and Board Member Whalen. Appreciate that. And the fourth announcement that I have today is that we do have a special meeting that a special full board meeting that we have scheduled for on Friday, January 29th, beginning at 1 p.m. And I just wanted to confirm that I have attendance, and to make sure that we have quorum. I have confirmed attendance from 4 board members. The 4 board members I have confirmed are Vice Chair Six, Board Member Whalen, Board Member Olson, and Board Member Black. And that's the end of my announcements.
I have a question for Christina.
Yes, Thank
Christina,
you.
do you intend to outline or give us a form so that we can determine the consent calendar for each of us like we have in past years, so we can sign up for that?
Thank you, Board Member Olson. Yes, that's correct. We'll be doing that in the meeting in 2 weeks. This meeting is expected to go longer than would be comfortable, so we're pushing that to next week.
Christina,
Thank you.
Christina, don't we have to have a landscape member on each of the consent calendar dockets? And David is the only one that could be on the next week's consent.
The only quorum requirement is actually the licensed architect for the full board. There's no specific consent that it has to have an architect and a landscape architect. It's preferable for that to happen. However, I'm not sure we'll be able to do that going forward this way. And we'll have to discuss that next week. Or sorry,
Okay.
in 2 weeks.
I was just thinking of next week, the next consent calendar. If Mr. Whalen and Chair Moore are the volunteers, we don't have a landscape architect. But if it's okay with everyone, then I'm fine.
I think, and not to speak for staff, but I think it'd be ideal since they can look forward, look ahead and see what's coming, that they could certainly reach out and let us know if there's something, a project has a large landscape component that's, hopefully Mr. Black
I would add
is
to that.
amenable to
Yeah.
chiming in when needed. We don't want to use up all of his time.
No, I'm happy to do it anytime.
And I would add to that, on today's consent agenda, there really were no landscape issues on the item.
Mhm.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank
One
you.
more question for Christina.
Thank you, board members. Yes.
Could you give us the full name of the new board member?
Yes. Thank you, Board Member Olson. The full name of the new board member is Lauren Anderson.
Thank you.
Yep, and it will be great to have her in attendance next time. Okay, moving on. Anybody else have any announcements they'd like to make? Okay. Any subcommittee reports?
Chair Moore, Richard here. I'm both the 101 Highway Subcommittee and the FAR Subcommittee, and I'll, as you are, Mr. Chair, on the FAR, the Highway 101 has met twice. We've looked at some images of the bridge and working rather quickly, giving comment, very rough and overall comments, but it's proceeding.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's the Cabrillo Underpass Bridge.
Do you want to say anything about the FAR?
FAR, we are beginning to review maps of where the various hierarchies of FARs. The FARs go from, I think, 1.5 all the way up to 3. And we're looking at those maps, and we're trying to get our arms around what examples throughout the cities of existing examples of each of the FAR levels. So we're proceeding. I find it a bit difficult, but we're continuing with that pursuit, the mapping and the determining what's appropriate where.
Thank you. And unless anyone else has any other subcommittee reports, we will move on from general business to our first item, which is 1200 block of Carpinteria Street. And this is concept review. And it's a proposal to remove the existing structurally deficient Carpinteria Street Bridge over Sycamore Creek and install a new single span concrete bridge. The project also includes new sidewalks, channel walls, revegetation of creek banks, street and pedestrian lighting, and fencing. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. And this project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines. Okay. Looks like we have our applicant. If you could introduce yourself, and please note the 15-minute timer for your presentation, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Moore and Commissioners. My name is Lori Yanez, Supervising Engineer in the Streets Engineering Group of the City of Santa Barbara. I'm here for Eric Goodall, which is the project manager for the project and wasn't able to make it today. With me is Matt Brigard with Dewberry Engineers to present the project concept introduction of the Carpinteria Street Bridge replacement. Just kicking it off and looking for some feedback regarding the bridge barrier rail, trees, fencing, creek walls, and lighting as we kick off the preliminary design phase. So with that, I'd like to pass it on to Matt Brigard.
Hello, everybody. So on the first slide here is the introduction to our presentation. The project is located in the east side of Santa Barbara in the east side neighborhood. We are on Carpinteria Street over Sycamore Creek, and specifically we are between Kenyatta Street and Soledad Street. And as Laura mentioned, the purpose of our presentation today is to just kind of go over the alternatives and then request any feedback the AR or the committee may have on what we've done so far. Next slide. Oh, I'm in control. Okay. So the existing bridge was constructed in 1925. It has been deemed deficient by Caltrans for various reasons. One being it's structurally deficient, two is it's hydraulically deficient. And so it's in need of replacement. Right now, the existing road will flood during the 100-year storm. Water will go over the bridge and flood the low parts of Carpinteria Street. It is a fairly heavily used road. The projected ADT in 2036 is approximately 1,500 cars, and it is programmed for replacement using Highway Bridge Program money from Caltrans, meaning it is federally funded. 88.5% of the funds will come from the feds, and the other 11.5% will come from local match. The project description is listed below. In general, the purpose of the project is to replace the existing deficient bridge and put back a new bridge that meets modern standards. The project is in an urban environment with schools, parks, and other city public access points nearby. So the project needs to accommodate vehicular traffic as well as pedestrian and bicycle traffic. Next slide. The project objectives, like I mentioned, is to replace the deficient bridge with a new bridge that meets modern standards for vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle facilities. We want to improve the hydraulic conveyance of the creek if possible. As mentioned, right now during the 100-year storm, the low parts of the roadway will flood, and with the proposed design, we will stop that roadway from flooding. The project will also meet the future planning of the Sycamore Creek using the Sycamore Creek Master Plan. So that way we don't preclude a future project that would benefit the creek and the neighborhood. And then the rest of the project objectives are basically to minimize negative impacts to the site, namely fish passage, other environmental trees and vegetation removal, minimize all that, as well as minimize right-of-way impact, and also minimize the future maintenance costs for the project. Currently, the timber bridge requires a lot of maintenance, so the new bridge should try and not. Next slide. So this is the constraints map. Just like most bridge projects in the city, we're constrained by overhead and underground utilities, as well as driveways on all four corners of the bridge, very close to the bridge. There's also a lot of vegetation and trees around the project. Next slide. This is an example of the utilities on the bridge. On the left-hand side is the downstream side of the bridge, and there's a sewer line that's connected to it. You can also see that same sewer line on the right-hand picture. On the right-hand picture, the utility closest to us is on the upstream side of the bridge, and that is a city water main. Both of those need to be accommodated into the design of the new bridge. Next slide. This is the existing conditions at the site. You can see the existing bridge there in plan view. It's a 3-span bridge, so there are piers in the creek. The existing bridge is approximately 50 feet long from end to end, and it is approximately 34 feet wide. You go to the next slide. This is a cross section of the existing bridge. As you can see on the edges of the existing bridge, there is not a raised sidewalk. So from pedestrians, that doesn't meet modern standards because the pedestrians are only protected by a very thin 4-inch piece of wood, and they're walking directly on the bridge deck. Additionally, the barrier rails on the bridge are not crash tested. In fact, there was a history of a vehicle driving off the bridge into the creek a few years ago. Next slide. This is the proposed bridge. It is much wider it's now 50 feet 8 inches wide, and approximately 61 feet long. So it's about 11 feet longer and 17 feet wider than the existing. It accommodates pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles, as well as the driveways and the utilities. The reason this was chosen as the preferred alternative is we looked at many different bridge widths and alignments and options, and all of them ended up having the same impacts to the creek. But this option here is the minimum width that is fundable by Caltrans. So the roadway width matches the approach roadway width. So the curb lines are straight across the bridge. Currently, the sidewalks jog into a narrower bridge. So we're now continuing the full width across the bridge, as well as putting standard sidewalks, raised sidewalks on the bridge. And this is the only option that was determined to be fundable through Caltrans with this bridge program. Next slide. And then this is the existing bridge, or the proposed bridge overlaid on top of the existing bridge. So you can see we're widening a little bit on the downstream side and a significant portion on the upstream side. But the center line of the roadway is not changing. But you can see how the curb lines are going to line up better with this bridge. Next slide. The next thing we looked at as part of our alternatives analysis was the span option. The existing bridge is kind of like the elevation view in the very bottom here that says 3-span. The existing bridge is a 3-span bridge, so there are piers in the creek. What we're proposing for the new bridge is the top version, which eliminates the piers in the creek. That was necessary to get the hydraulic performance we've needed to stop the flooding of the approach roadways. And it also is better for the environment. And it avoids columns in the creek, which will allow for fish passage, which the existing bridge does not. Next slide. This is the potential tree impacts. We're listing up to 9 potential tree impacts here. This is a worst case scenario. We're environmentally clearing just to be safe. In case the alternatives need to get tweaked as we move through final design. What you'll notice is on the bottom side of the bridge, trees F and H, those are existing large sycamore trees that we were trying to save. However, in our alternatives analysis, what we discovered was that no matter what bridge width or alternative that we went with, those trees were impacted by either the bridge or the walls necessary to grade the channel to match existing. So those trees will have to be removed and mitigated for. On the upstream side, we are listing approximately 5 trees in the creek to be removed. However, it is our goal to not have to remove those. Our detailed design is going on now. And what we're trying to do is align those creek walls and grading to try and save those 5 upstream trees. No matter what happens before we go to permitting, we'll come to ABR as well as the Creeks Department, and we'll get permits through CDFW, Regional Water, and Army Corps, which will address only the exact amount of trees that we remove. So hopefully we can save those. There is one potential street tree, which is located as I in the bottom right-hand side. That is a tree that is currently growing into the existing sidewalk and is precluding safe pedestrian movements. It's a palm tree, and we are proposing to remove that. We're going to go to the stack after our detailed design and go through with them the need for removal of that street tree. Next slide. So these are just pictures of the existing trees. To save time, we'll just kind of brush through these. The board has had these pictures. Next slide. Again, these are more of the upstream trees. And then one more slide down. This on the right-hand side, you can see the palm tree that is the street tree that is growing into the sidewalk that will need to be removed. Next slide. Okay, and then you can skip this one too, more tree removals or more tree pictures in this one also. Okay. Again, major utilities at the site. We have on the upstream side of the bridge, there's existing overhead electrical and communication lines. And then under the bridge, there's water and sewer, which we are proposing to to accommodate into the new design. You'll see with the sewer line coming out of the bottom right driveway, instead of taking it back across the bridge, we have talked to the city sewer department, and we are currently proposing to come out and then down the street to an existing manhole in Kenyatta Street in order to avoid having a line on the bridge. Next slide.
Sorry, Matt, just
Yep.
sorry to interrupt, but I would suggest you move on to what the proposed bridge looks like. You have elevations and then any proposed landscape.
Yep. So we'll keep moving down here. Next slide, keep going. Okay, so the next two slides here, these are the proposed planting pallets for the creek. Nothing has been finalized yet because we're still in design, but these are the native trees and plants that are being proposed that could be used in the mitigation plan. These will all be ran through creeks and the board here, as well as the permitting agencies. If there's any input from the board as to what these plants are now, we would appreciate any input now so we can account for them moving forward. But again, they are all native species that have typically been used in Sycamore Creek for planting and mitigation. Next slide. Okay, so quickly, these are the existing bridge rails. Upstream is a chain link fence, downstream is a wood fence. Next slide, please. The proposed barrier rail is the window style rail, which is what's shown here on the screen. This has been built throughout the city, and it mimics rails that have been used in the past at the city. What we are asking for here in the bottom right-hand side of the screen is there are 4 haunch alternatives, or 4 window type alternatives: haunch, circular, arch, and square. Those can all be accommodated. The reason this rail is being proposed is because it is MASH tested, which means it's required to be MASH tested in order to be funded through Caltrans. So that's why we are proposing this rail, as well as the architectural part of it being used throughout the city. Next slide. This is another option. This is more of a freeway style barrier. We are not proposing to use this. The barrier shown here is not MASH tested, but it was an option we looked at. And then the next slide. This is another option that's been used in the city. It's a metal railing. Again, the one shown here was not MASH tested, therefore it's not fundable, but it was something we looked at and considered. This is also heavy maintenance, or it also require a lot of maintenance. One thing to note is the window rail we are proposing is the rail that's used on the bridge upstream of our project at Quinientos, as well as the bridge downstream of our project on Sycamore Creek, which is Punta Gorda. Next slide. We will require some pedestrian railings on the project. This style is what we are proposing. We were looking for input here. We could go with either a painted rail, which is shown on the left, or we could go with a weathering steel type finish, which is shown on the right. We'd like some input there. Next slide. And then as far as the creek walls go, we are proposing to do a faux sandstone, the form liner for the channel walls and the bridge abutments. There is existing sandstone on the existing bridge, but we do not think that there's enough of it to do the walls and the creek, as well as it being very cost prohibitive. And we have evaluated it culturally and historically. And we've talked to Nicole at the city about this, and they agreed that the sandstone is not of historic interest. So we are going to try and salvage and save it and see if we can incorporate it into the new bridge. But we're not anticipating having to use it historically. Next slide. The street lights here are city standard street lights. Next slide here shows it is consistent with the Cacique and Soledad project. The other ones that have been done here. And then I think there's one slide left. This is just a note that we know that we need to meet the stormwater, post-construction stormwater treatment standards for the city. And these are the options that we're looking at. All 3 of these options have been used throughout the city before. It's parkway infiltration, buried chambers, and a open bottom DI to allow infiltration. And I believe that is all we have for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. That's it. We will open public comment. Is there any member of the public interested in making a comment regarding this project? You can raise your hand by following the instructions on the screen.
Thank you, Chair Moore. At this time, I do not see that anybody has logged into the webinar. Oh, actually, excuse me. I do see that somebody has logged into the webinar for public comment. Ms. Yanez and Mr. Burgard, may I have you take your webcams down for public comment, please? Ms. Tracy Trotter, I will be giving you access to make a public comment on this. Tracy Trotter, you may speak on this item now. Tracy, you've been promoted so that you can speak on this item, the Carpinteria Street Bridge, because I saw that your hand was raised for this item and we are in public comment. Did you have something to say on this project?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you're unmuted now.
Okay. As I said before, I understand that that bridge needs to be fixed. There's no question. You guys have done a fantastic job on the other two bridges in our neighborhood. Here is our concern, and I'm speaking for the whole neighborhood. We're on Clifton, just up from the Sycamore Creek. And what happens here is because the bridge has been widened, it turns into a raceway. What we're all concerned about is ever since the bridge opened a few months ago, it is a raceway. What can be done to mitigate the speeders coming up the street? Because obviously with a year closure of that bridge, we're going to have an abundance of traffic and they all think it's a raceway going uphill. So that's my question to you is what can you do to help us out here? We agree that that bridge needs to be done. There's no rebuttal on that. It's just help us with traffic control. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board on this project?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do see another attendee who has raised their hand for this item. I have Eric Schwartz who has raised their hand. I will unmute you in one moment. Eric Schwartz, I have unmuted you. You will have 2 minutes to address the board on this item. Thank you.
Yes, hi. I would echo the remarks of the speaker before me and also point out that part of the architecture of a city is the safety and the livability of a city. And since COVID and lack of enforcement, even with much reduced traffic, we're seeing incredible speeding on Clifton and 500 Street, where the new bridge that was portrayed earlier has been built and completed last spring. And we're seeing it's a widening and increased field of view, increased visibility, so people feel comfortable going faster. So it's gotten more dangerous than it's ever been, and it was already dangerous. And this is what we said before they built the bridge here. We asked, what are your traffic calming measures? What's your plan? And they gave us a bunch of engineering data that none of it panned out. And it's a good bridge, and your project there is a good project, and it looks nice, but it's it will become unlivable here. And the city is already in violation of a city ordinance that required speed humps to be put on this street, Keniantos Clifton Street, all the way down about 5 blocks towards Milpas. And they never came through. All the criteria was met and the city refused to follow through. We hired lawyers. We went to the city attorney. We did everything possible. And our traffic has gotten worse. The street's gotten more dangerous. The new bridge is beautiful, but makes it even more dangerous. And when you divert all the traffic from this new project on Carpinteria Street to Keniantos and Clifton Street, it's going to be unlivable. And there has to be intense traffic calming plans in place and monitored and enforced the entire 1.5 years for this project, or maybe 2 years, depending on how well it goes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public?
At this time, Chair Moore, I do not see that anybody else has logged into the webinar and raised their hand for public comment. And now to Mary to see if we've received any written comment.
Thank you, Chair Moore and Christina. We did not receive any written public comment for this item. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment and move to questions from the board. Get board members on screen here. If you want to turn your webcam on when you have a question, Mr. Chair or Vice Chair Six, do you have a question?
A couple questions, Mr. Chair. I was very enthused about the steel solution being more residential than this heavy concrete, and I'm wondering if the steel could, through extra steps, be funded, or why show options that aren't possible? Can we get this? Can we entertain the steel option? Is the applicant there?
Do we have our applicant? There we have one.
Yep, sorry. I wasn't sure if we were supposed to wait until we had all the comments or respond now. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and it's something that we can look into, is to entertain potentially using a steel rail. I will note that the rail we're showing, the concrete rail, is the narrowest of the options available, because the rail has to be crash tested in order to be fundable through Caltrans. It has to go through actual vehicle impact tests, and the steel rail is actually quite a bit thicker than the concrete rail we're showing. The concrete rail we're showing is at the thickest part 1 foot 2 inches, and the steel rail is almost 2 feet thick.
Well, I went down personally and looked at the steel rail at Mason Bridge, and liked it. Has that been steel tested? Crash tested?
No, that rail has not been. That rail complied with the previous versions of the crash testing that the feds do, FHWA does, but it did not pass the current, the new standards that the FHWA has implemented.
Okay. My second question is, it looks like the bridge is wide enough, and the continuing curb lines and so forth, the bridge is wide enough for, if the aerial images are correct, for parked cars on each side, given that that's the condition either side of the bridge. Was there any study to show narrowing the bridge and avoiding the length of the bridge and so forth, and the transitional areas, I know, are need to be studied, but eliminating the parking on the bridge and narrowing the bridge and saving trees and calming traffic.
Yeah, excellent question. Yes, we did look into that. From a tree standpoint, the narrowing did not save any additional trees. It had the same impact. Again, because of the creek walls that go up and downstream on all four corners of the bridge, they still impacted the same number of trees. From a traffic calming standpoint, yes, we also looked into that. However, Caltrans requires that the approach roadway, the full approach roadway, get carried across the bridge. This has come up in the past with Caltrans in the city of Santa Barbara on 3 projects that I've worked on with the city, where we originally proposed to narrow the parking down on the that width on the bridge, and Caltrans came back and said they would not fund the project, that we needed to carry AASHTO width across the bridge.
Well, that's very disappointing.
I do not disagree.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Mr. Black, go ahead.
Thank you. So you talked about maybe being able to repurpose the sandstone walls somehow, make use of that stone. I know you did that at Chapala Street, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Mm-hmm. And we also did it at Montecito. Both of those, the sandstone was classified as historic by city standards, the city's MEA. And we did look into it on this project. We've done our cultural work. The draft reports have been drafted. And we've discussed with Nicole Hernandez at the city, for the historian, about the eligibility. This site was not determined to be eligible. However, she did recommend we try and salvage the sandstone if possible. We are going to salvage the sandstone. And we are considering how we may try to implement it on this new bridge. But the problem that we've looked into so far is a lot of the sandstone on this bridge has been heavily damaged. And so we don't know if there's enough to really be reusable on this bridge. And also we again have to deal with the funding side of it. And Caltrans has a strict limit for non-historic architecture and aesthetics that we can do. And you know what we've learned on the previous projects, it is very expensive to salvage and reuse sandstone. So we are looking into it. But as of right now, we were not planning on reusing it on this project, just salvaging it for future reuse.
I was wondering whether perhaps, you're going to use formliner sandstone walls. I was wondering whether you could perhaps use the real stone as a cap, like it's been done, in several projects around town, bridge projects.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want it to go into a heap in the city yard. If we could use it, that'd be nice.
It's a good comment, and it's definitely something we will consider in our detailed design.
And then I had a question about that street tree, as you called it, but it's a Phoenix palm. Explain to me how it is that's going to have to be removed. Is the bridge structure itself impacting that palm, or is it just the width of the sidewalk at that location? What is it?
It's the width of the sidewalk. If you look here, the existing bridge there, that existing view, it's already encroaching into the existing sidewalk, which is at this portion is in the narrowed down section of the approach to the bridge. If we go back to the proposed plan view a few slides up, here you can see that it's tree I in the bottom right, and it is there's not a way to get an ADA compliant pathway around that tree with the new width, with the new sidewalks.
How much do you need and how much do you have? I'm just curious.
It would be with this design here, the encroachment would be about a foot as it's currently shown. the sidewalk would be. So we would have to drastically alter the sidewalk to get around that palm tree.
I see you have a parkway there, do you not?
We do, in between the driveways, yes.
Could you, and that's where the palm is it not?
It is. Well,
Could you-
the palm is in the sidewalk near the parkway, correct?
Yeah, so there's no way you could eliminate the parkway and make room for and widen the sidewalk at that location?
It's something we can look into if that's something that if the tree is something that the city determines that they would like to save, we can. Right now, the reason we're trying to keep the parkways in place is to meet the post-construction stormwater requirements and use them as infiltration basins. So by adding sidewalk over there, we're adding impervious area and reducing some of our treatment area. But it is something we can look into if the city would like to try and save that tree.
Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whalen, any questions?
Yes, a very small clarification. The drawing that we're looking at seems to imply that the driveways and portions of the driveway are going to be replaced as part of the project. Is that true?
There will be vertically, the new bridge is about 6 inches higher than the existing bridge. So there will be some conform work in order to tie the existing driveways into the slightly higher roadway. But we are not raising the driveways or the road enough to change drainage patterns. But yes, they will need to be kind of reconformed and repaved to tie into the new road, which will be slightly higher.
So that answered my question. So everything in the drawing shown in gray with a black outline is part of the project.
Yes.
Thank you.
Maybe we're hoping to be able to reduce down how much paving we have to do into those driveways, but that's what we are preliminary expecting.
That's all I have.
Yes, Chairman Moore. Chairman Moore.
Can I hear you?
Are you
There,
hearing me,
yep.
Chairman Moore?
Yes, I am now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I realize this is most likely not in our purview, but I wonder if you would allow a question to see whether there's any consideration being given for traffic control.
Yes, that's a great question.
Yeah, so I assume you're talking traffic control in the final condition?
Well, actually, I'm talking about the traffic control that was addressed by the two public speakers.
Yes, okay.
Right, Traffic,
So, yeah,
traffic calming measures, I think is a better
Yes.
as of right now, we're like I said, we're just moving into the detailed design phase. So that is something that we're looking into as to whether there is a warrant for a speed table or something along those lines to slow things down. Because we do realize that when you put in a wider bridge with straightened sidewalks, it can allow for higher speeds, as the commenters had suggested. So that is something that we are considering. Is to whether or not we can implement those to keep the speeds down in the final condition here.
Yeah,
Would
and
you-
I'll add, I've noted the comments from the speakers to the city, so I will relay these to our traffic engineer and ensure we consider that and include that in our future discussions with the design team.
Would you be sure to include the in your comments on your next presentation as the result of those investigations?
Yes, we can circle back.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olson. As a follow-up to that point, so essentially, so the area between the dashed lines at the left and right-hand side of the drawings, that's essentially the scope of the project. and the road surface gets resurfaced?
Yes, so
New curbs, gutters, all of that?
that is correct. The only digging type work that will occur outside of those areas is, as briefly shown on the utility slide, there is a water line, an existing city water line that has to be replaced. And we have talked to the city water department, and we are going to be replacing, you can see the blue, it's the blue line there. We are going to be replacing the line further back. We're going to stop just short of the intersections, so we don't impact the intersections during construction. But we will be going slightly outside just to tie that water line back into the existing.
Okay. If we could go back to the site plan that you had before. So as a part of the Parkway discussion that Mr. Black brought up about kind of routing the sidewalk around that existing palm tree, we've certainly seen that happen in other projects, and they simply pick up the balance of the impervious area on the opposite side of the sidewalk. So the sidewalk jogs around a tree and then it's planted on both sides. So it certainly seems like that would be feasible. And in place of other traffic calming devices in the roadway, is there any option for a bulb out or a planted area within the right of way that would briefly reduce the width of the roadway? Something that could be planted and reduce the paved area?
Yeah, it's something that we can definitely look into, but again, we would have to double check with Caltrans on funding, just because from their standpoint, you know, they're trying to fund projects that are providing the roadway, the design roadway width, the approved roadway widths, but it is something we could look into doing for sure.
Right. And I would suggest that, you know, maybe it's something that happens away from the bridge, so you could make the argument that you're not reducing the width. But okay, well, those are my questions. Any other follow-up questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You know, I'm still not buying the idea that, as you referred to, bulb outs, you know, that's perfect. It makes perfect sense to where the operable roadway width is the passing, the operative lanes, east and west, and not the parking on the side. I feel like David and Goliath here, but it seems to me that we could challenge that we can't have this bridge narrowed down to the operable lane widths and have a bridge that doesn't have to have the extra parking widths on each side. So so I'm going to be challenging this. I know it's again a question, I guess. My phrase of my question is Caltrans funding operative, the definition of the width of a roadway, is that not operative lanes and do not include the stationary parking on each side? That's the question.
And it's an excellent question. Again, we don't disagree with you, but the way it's defined in the code, in the federal code, and the FHWA code, is it's measured as the curb to curb approachway width, including the sidewalk, or not including the sidewalk, including the curb and gutter, so curb to curb. And we have made that argument to Caltrans again on 3 previous city bridges, and we tried to make the argument that we did not want the parking across the bridge or that extra width across the bridge. And what we were told on those was that they would not fund those 3 projects. So we had to use the full approach curb to curb width.
Thank you.
And we can provide the language and the section in the code when we come back as well for reference.
Okay. If there are no further questions, let's move on to comments. Okay. Vice Chair Six, would you like to
Well,
start?
Yeah, I think I've expressed my comments that I would prefer the steel bridge design because it's more residential. It's dark. It would recede into the vegetation as it's reestablished. If we have to go with the concrete railing, I would suggest that instead of changing from concrete railing to the light wrought iron pedestrian barricades that at the wing walls, that we simply continue the concrete to the necessary lengths in a splayed out or angled way. So we don't have change in materials. We just have one standard material, simplify, and not go from concrete railing to fence to, back and forth again. And yeah, those are my comments. And I'm not going to support this, given that it's too wide, and I think it's too freeway oriented for this neighborhood. Those are
Okay,
my comments.
thank you. Anybody else?
Um,
Mr. Black, go ahead.
comments. So I do think that, Matt, that you should really look into how you can work around that palm tree. I really wouldn't be in favor of removing it. At a minimum, I think the city ought to be obligated, if there's no way around it, then the city be obligated to transplant it. Those big palms are easily transplanted with some cost, obviously, but it's almost a skyline tree. It's that tree is probably 75 years old, and I just wouldn't be in favor of the city taking it down. Let's see, we talked about repurposing the stone. I think that's a good idea where you can find it. I will leave it up to you in terms of what the opportunities are to do that. I did look at the plant palette. It looks perfectly fine. I know you typically end up working with a biologist to develop a plant palette, and then the biologists are typically in the field during construction. So I think that's good. My notion about I think Mr. Six makes a good point about the steel, if it was possible, but I'm not sure that it is necessarily. The city has replaced a lot of bridges, as you're well aware, in town, and there's a certain continuity with, the bridge types. Many of these bridge railings were built in the 20s typically, and I like the notion, not that it's the case here because there was no concrete here, but I like the idea of sort of carrying on the tradition of concrete bridge rails, but at any rate. So, and that's all I had. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Whalen?
Yes, I would support Member Six's comment about consistency of materials, and whether it's the steel Montecito seat type bridge or the concrete, that not mixing those approaches with a secondary would be much more appropriate. And I would also think if it is a concrete, that the circular window alternate is preferable. I think that's more commonly seen around town and in more character with Santa Barbara. Again, if the concrete option is chosen for those bridge railing portions, I would like to see some sort of tint added to it so that it doesn't have that dead gray concrete color that would be reflected in the curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Olson, do you have any comments?
Yes, I would like to support Mr. Black's comments about saving the palm tree and also the use of sandstone on the caps of the bridge railing. Even if the sandstone, there wasn't enough from the original bridge, that the caps could be made with sandstone, a newer form sandstone. That's all my comments.
Okay. Let's see. So personally, weighing in on the railing options, I think the arched top concrete version is appropriate since that was done nearby and it seems to be becoming a standard throughout the city. I would agree about the palm tree. Please work around that as much as possible. Oh, so I guess circular, not the arch. Sorry, circular top window. And I would encourage the applicant to seek any solution that's feasible to help with traffic calming on behalf of the neighborhood and to try and minimize the width of the bridge to the extent possible per Mr. Six's comments. It just seems like, well, I won't cover it. He's already gone into detail about that. So I would make a motion for a continuance back to the full board with the following comments: that the board appreciates the application and the upgrade to this bridge that sorely needs it, that the board supports the circular window option in the concrete, and that the applicant shall investigate adding a tint to the concrete to make it, I believe Mr. Whalen was alluding to making it more of a sandstone or a natural color.
Either that or even a whiter color, something to alleviate that dead color that concrete has.
Right. Okay. So a tint in the concrete to change the color from a standard gray concrete color. That the applicant should attempt to reuse the existing sandstone to the greatest extent possible on site, including as a cap for the new concrete abutment walls, and that the applicant shall investigate all options for traffic calming measures, including either speed humps or other options, including bulb outs near the bridge. That the applicant shall investigate options for leaving the large palm tree in place and working around that with sidewalk and parkway adjustments. And what else?
I have a suggestion that if we are suggesting a sandstone cap, that the color of concrete should not quite be as arbitrary as you had earlier said. That the color of the concrete ought to have some relationship to the sandstone.
The comment about the sandstone cap was about the abutment walls below the bridge, not the bridge itself.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Moore,
Yes.
would you entertain in your motion the idea that the flared out wing walls would be a continuation of the prime railing, so we don't have changes in materials?
When you say the wing walls, you mean the abutment walls that extend up and downstream?
The angled portions as a pedestrian walks along the sidewalk, they're proposing as it narrows down and transitions to the bridge, they have wrought iron railings.
Okay. Can we go to the site plan again?
We have an image of yes. I think the proposal, Mr. Chair, is that those sidewalk portions at an angle, the outside portion of that sidewalk that looks into the creek, that would be a wrought iron railing. And I think to simplify and make this thing go away and just be one neat, clean statement is to just continue the concrete crash walls as far as it needs to be on those flanges.
Okay. I would support this. I think it's a very important point. This drawing doesn't really show it for the benefit of those who may not understand the point we're trying to make. But the proposal asked us to favor a weathered steel rail or a painted rail. That's the point we're trying to make, is that there's a consistency of material throughout the span.
Okay, so let's add the applicant shall study extending the concrete barrier walls to replace the wrought iron or steel fencing at the ends of each ends of the bridge.
That does it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Mr. Olson? Any other discussion? Any other additions?
Mr. Chair, I stated that I wouldn't support it. You did include the study of any way to narrow this bridge, so I will rely on that effort by the team, the development team, to take that seriously. And so I will support the motion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whalen?
On that point, I would add that I believe the team could study bulb outs on the parkways so that the bridge can move forward by meeting all of its federally funded criteria. And yet there would be some traffic calming devices apart from the bridge, but within the project area as it's defined.
Right, and that was included as a suggested
Very good.
study. So, okay, can we read that motion back quickly?
Yes, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and read it back. The motion is to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The board appreciates the application and the upgrade to the bridge. The board supports the circular window option in the concrete, and the applicant shall investigate adding a tint to the concrete in order to change the color from a standard gray concrete color. The applicant shall attempt to reuse existing sandstone to the greatest extent possible on site, including as a cap for the new concrete abutment walls below the bridge. The The applicant shall investigate all options for traffic calming measures, including speed bumps, etc., near the bridge. Investigate options to leave the large palm tree in place and make sidewalk parkway adjustments as needed. And finally, the applicant shall study extending the concrete barrier walls in order to replace the wrought iron or steel fencing at each ends of the bridge.
Okay, after speed humps, I'd like to add the applicant or speed humps and bulb outs
Okay,
adjacent or within the project area.
okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I thought we were going to mention the attempt to narrow the bridge in some way.
I don't think we can.
Yes, we did mention that in the discussion. So the applicant shall study narrowing the bridge to the extent possible.
Thank you.
Does the seconder of the motion approve of those?
To the extent possible, as required by the state, I think that to the extent possible needs a little clarification.
Well, we don't have any control over what the state requirements are. So all we can do is suggest that they study that. And if they come back and say, well, we just can't per the state guidelines, then, you know, that's really what we can do. Does that
I just
make sense?
think to the extent possible, there's a lot of ways that possible could apply to other than what we're
Okay.
referring to.
Okay, so let's edit that to say to the greatest extent possible allowed per state guidelines.
I like that.
Okay,
But
Okay.
I approve of that as a second.
great. Okay, anything else? No, then I guess let's add a little bit about the landscape palette just for the future. So let's
Right.
say that at this point, the proposed landscape palette is appropriate.
Right.
Mr. Olson, are you okay with that?
I am, yes.
Okay. Great. Then let's take our vote.
All right, sounds good. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
I'm still changing my vote to no, to make a statement on position Caltrans puts this delicate residential bridge in.
all right, thank you. Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes,
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Right. And with that, we can move on to item number 2. You're on time. All right. This is item number 2, which is 119 East Coda Street. Here for concept review. And this is a proposal for a new 3-story, approximately 53-foot high, 65,000 square foot police station and associated 37.5-foot high, 86,000 square foot parking structure to accommodate 244 parking spaces at the existing 1.61 acre Coda commuter parking lot. Each structure would also have a subterranean level. 8 additional surface parking spaces would be provided. Existing police operations currently located at 4 separate sites would be consolidated at the new project site. grading includes 22,000 cubic yards of export. A total of 24 Tipuana trees and 6 oak trees would be removed. The existing MPD bus stop shelter on Coda Street would be relocated along with the existing plaques commemorating the old Lincoln School. Following ABR concept review, the Planning Commission will conduct a public hearing to consider the required findings for a community benefit project to exceed 45 feet in height. And we go to the next slide. This project requires development plan approval by the Planning Commission. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. And this project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis, the urban design guidelines, infill design guidelines, and outdoor lighting design guidelines. And this project was last reviewed on November 16th of last year. All right, it looks like we have our applicants here. It would be great if staff could put the motion up from last time. Great, thank you. And quickly read through that the overall height is acceptable, overall massing is acceptable, the placement of the building massing is acceptable due to the nature of the program. Refine the architecture to make it more palatable to the image of a Santa Barbara civic building, provide a more traditional Spanish style and make the project more inviting to the streetscape. Restudy the 2-story volume at the corner and provide a solution to soften the 2-story volume and make sure it is more in line with Spanish character. The corner of the new proposed structure size and apparent massing shall be reduced in order to relate it better to the existing neighborhood. Restudy the simplicity of the boxy design and the tiled screen at the corner structure. On the Coda Street elevation, study the portion of the garage, especially at the lower floor, in order to make it more inviting with the human scale and less austere. Okay, welcome back. If you could introduce yourselves, and we do, if possible, please try and stay within our 15-minute time limit. I know it's difficult, but do the best you can. And go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Moore. My name is Brad Hess. Good afternoon. And I'm the Principal Project Manager for the City of Santa Barbara in the Public Works Department, and I'm overseeing this project. With me today is Sarah Isa. She's our Senior Planner for the City of Santa Barbara. Kathleen Kennedy is our Project Planner for the City of Santa Barbara. We have Brian Cornell and Jeff Hornbuckle from Cornell Collective. And we have Courtney Jane Miller and Nicole Horn from CJM Landscape Architects for all available for questions. But thank you again for this opportunity to show you what the design team has done since the last time we were here on November 16th. We look forward to showing you the changes and we look forward to your comments. But before I turn it over to Brian and Jeff, I'd like to make one request that was missing from the last hearing. And that is that once the board has made their comments, we would really appreciate the opportunity to respond. This didn't happen the last hearing and unfortunately left several issues misunderstood that really could have been clarified at that time, but we just didn't have that opportunity. So that would be great. One of these issues was the idea that because the building uses the entire lot, that we did not account for growth. And this just isn't true. The physical building will not need to grow because the growth that will occur within the department will be personnel, not additional physical space. So as part of the programming for this facility, the anticipated personnel growth was accounted for and the space within the building will be flexible enough to accommodate the needs in the future. This also assumes that there will be growth, but that may not be the case. It just depends on how policing is done in the future. But regardless, the accommodation for future growth in personnel has been addressed. So I just wanted to clarify that. So again, if there are any issues or questions that we can help address after the board's discussion, we would really appreciate that opportunity with an additional 5 minutes. So right now I'd like to turn over the controls to Brian and Jeff from Cornell Collective and to take you through the plans. Thank you again.
Thanks, Brad. Timmy, maybe we could move to the next slide. So you all know the site, the Coda commuter parking lot. It's 1.6 acres. It is admittedly, as your minutes indicated, it is compact for the site. But I do want to stress what Brad said as far as one of the key sustainability goals for this building is to make it ultimately very, very flexible. Next slide. We took your comments to very, very seriously. I want you all to know that, you know, we understand that this is an extremely important civic building, and we take that responsibility very seriously. I appreciate the comments. You know, I've always said that a project ends a better project when it goes through the design process, and I think you all helped us zero in on some things. I will tell you, we also dug deep and tried to look if there was any possibility based on the program and the site constraints to put that entry at the corner, and it's just not, primarily because of this requirement to have these two access points for safety. We've got to have a in and out onto two different streets to make this building functionally meet the standards for a police station. But what we have done is in the process really looked at how to address your comments. Next slide, Timmy. The most important thing, I think, to us was the entry. And what we realized is that we really weren't doing a very good job in making the entry clear. So you can see from these lines, the red lines, which is the previous project, we basically have carved the building back along Santa Barbara Street to create more of a view into that entryway. Now, this is Courtney's plan, and I'm going to let her speak to the specifics of that entry. You can see we have kind of a palm alley that reaches out to the street, but that carving back of that mass was very, very important. Additionally, at the corner, if you'll scroll down just a little bit, Timmy, we got rid of that angled piece and also brought the whole building back significantly. So now we've got a minimum setback along Coda and Santa Barbara Street of 7 foot 8 inches, almost 8 feet, and even more at the corner. We've also pulled the whole building to the north, so that resulted in significantly more landscape area along the Coda Street side. Our setback there is 11 feet now. Let's go to the next slide. I'll just go quickly through our floor plans. This is that first floor plan. Just keep going, Timmy. Basement plan, which is a critical part of the program. Next slide. Second floor plan, where you can see we still have carved back the corner to allow for an outdoor deck there. Next slide. The third floor is pulled back significantly. It's about 26, almost 27 feet on the Santa Barbara Street side, and it's almost 18 feet on the Coda Street side. Next slide. Illustrates the roof plan and the tile mansard. And now why don't we go to the next slide and see what we've done from a standpoint of aesthetics. So this is the view looking down from the parking lot where the state building is. So on Santa Barbara Street at the entrance of the building. We've really been trying to soften this. All of the roof elements now have a tile edge. And in fact, you'll see in subsequent images, we've actually created a little parapet edge on some of the two-story masses. You can see that palm alley, which reaches out to the street to help announce that entrance way. Next slide. So this is across Santa Barbara Street, looking back to the building. You can, again, that third floor portion, we've simplified it and cleaned it up. We've also increased the sense of the massing on the openings. That two-story portion is, varies from 28 to 33 feet in height. But again, you can get a sense of how we're trying to get that entrance to where it's really much more open via this palm plaza than it was before. Next slide. So this was that important corner, and Dennis, you made a comment about it needing to be one story, and so we've really taken that to heart, and we think that this creates effectively a one-story kind of massing with the colonnade above, which is that outdoor workout area. So the parapet for that is going to be fairly high so that it's a private space, but now it's much more open. It will have a green roof on it, but will be designed with a delicate, Spanish, appropriately detailed Spanish trellage. And you can also see on this, it's a little hard in the views, but on the massing, the two-story massing that flanks this corner element, there is a little tile mansard so that there'll be a little scalloped detail and an appropriate gutter edge along with the tile. And then we are introducing a cobalt blue tile at the base of those windows at the corner element, along with some sandstone features that Courtney's going to mention in a little bit. Next slide. So we round or actually this is from the corner looking back up towards Santa Barbara Street. And you can see here again on the left where we really want to carve that element back to gain an access, visual access to that entry. Next slide. So we're starting to see the parking structure here. This again has been pushed back 3 feet. We are maintaining our tile screen idea for the parking structure. We still think it's going to provide a beautiful, nice detail for screening and make it very traditional and appropriate. Next slide. And then this is the vehicular entrance into the parking structure. So quickly, let's go through the elevation so I can give Courtney enough time. Maybe blow up that middle elevation. Timmy might be best. I mean, this is from the parking lot. That one above that he zeroed in on is from the parking lot of the state. Here we have the Santa Barbara Street elevation. You can see on these elevations, by the way, the 60-foot height limit and the Antioch building behind us there for relative massing. Next slide. So this is just quickly, we can probably refer to this later, but this shows that section or the condition along the western property boundary next to the Antioch building. There we are preserving the heavy dense planting of the Tipuana trees that are there. And then we just cut a section through the court, if you will, that's between the parking structure building and the police station that's below. And next slide, I think we put it back to so that's one more section, but we can come back to that. Let's go to the next slide. And Courtney, it's yours. Courtney? Maybe they haven't unmuted Courtney.
There we go. Thanks, Brian. Chair Moore, board members, it's great to be here again. So I'll just walk you quickly through some of the changes to the landscape plan in 4 minutes. So Timmy, if you could zoom in along Coda Street, we'll start there. So as Brian mentioned, the goal since the last time we were here was to address a more inviting streetscape, not only along Coda Street, but around the whole property. And then also to emphasize and celebrate the main entry building plaza. So here along Coda Street, as Brian mentioned, the parking garage was set back about 3 feet. So we did gain a lot more space in front of that part of the building. And the goal was to provide sort of a layered approach to the landscape and hardscape improvements here. So what we did was we expanded the hardscape so that it reaches all the way out to the curb. This is actually how the existing bus stop is currently designed. And we really liked how that kind of helps provide a more expansive pedestrian experience along the street there. So we also have a 4-foot tall, approximately 4-foot tall biofiltration planter that you can see along the base of the building there. That's that trapezoidal shape, yep. And so that'll kind of help step up to the building. And then we have a, really nice plant palette with a lot of different textures. We're currently showing 2 canopy trees in this location, in addition to some more sculptural feature trees. We also tied in the hardscape and sandstone boulder design that we have at the main entry plaza into this part of the streetscape as well. And that kind of helps to bring more cohesion to the entire site plan and helps bring some of the, site elements out into the street as well. So then let's go to the next page and I can speak to the entry plaza since we're a little short on time. So the goals of this area have not changed really. We wanted to provide a safe, secure, and inviting space that helps direct people to the entrance of the building. What we did do, as Brian mentioned, is really study, the visibility of this corner of the building and how can we direct people here and really announce it as the entrance. So our take on that was to introduce this palm court. We see this as really like an inviting and timeless element that helps address more of a pedestrian scale and also helps connect the building to the streetscape yet again. So we looked at this in particular from the corner of Coda and Santa Barbara Street and really, studied what do you see from that corner and what, and before, with the previous design, it was really mostly building and the existing street trees. And, we played around with a lot of different elements. And where we landed was we really like this idea of the palm court because it's, it's a softscape element, but there's still some sense of formality to it. And then that formality gets further sort of broken down by the hardscape patterning and the introduction of these more natural sandstone boulders. So in order to accommodate that, we do need to remove a couple of the existing palms that are in the parkway. And we have reviewed that with the urban forest superintendent. So we'll just be going through the normal, course to get that approved. And running out of time, I think that's about it. I did not mention.
Maybe point out, Courtney, where we're putting the little statue that exists in front of the police department
Yeah,
today.
I was just going to point that out, Brian. There is an existing bronze memorial statue that we'll be relocating from the existing police station to this plaza, and it's right there. Great. And then also along Coda Street, there are 3 existing tile mosaics that commemorate the Lincoln School, and so those will also be incorporated into the Coda streetscape. And I believe, unless Brian has anything else, that concludes our presentation.
Well, we came pretty close, Mr. Chair.
You're really close. Good job. So why don't you take, 30 seconds or so to wrap up anything else that you'd like to add?
I think we've covered everything.
Okay.
I think questions will probably get get us deeper into it, and ultimately, I've got to rely on the pictures to tell the story anyway.
Very true. Okay, thank you. And with that, we will move to open public comment. Any member of the public wishes to address the board on this item, you can follow the instructions on your screen.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do see that Mr. Richard Clausen has raised his hand on public comment. If I could ask Mr. Kernal and Ms. Miller to turn down their screen during public comment. Thank you. Mr. Clausen, I have unmuted you, and shortly you will see a timer and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead, you may go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, you've received my written correspondence, and I still believe this project needs to evoke more of community and less of a citadel look. But these are different concerns. The board's current interest is in concept review, but much of the exterior design is driven by interior activities and the desire to consolidate police functions under one roof. That has led to a compound that fills completely the volume from lot line almost to sidewalk and up to 53 feet in the air. My father often used an expression to label overfilled or cramped spaces, which I will sanitize. He called them as full of stuff as a Christmas goose. That describes this building on its parcel. The building will be the face of the department and represents Santa Barbara's civic approach to law enforcement for decades. I believe there should be as much public input on the architectural aspects as went into the earlier search for the property itself. I've suggested that to the City Council with some support. The board is being asked to evaluate the size, bulk, and scale of the proposal's maximum envelope without knowing how much is truly required inside the final project. I worry that this complex process has interlocking pieces and many unknowns currently. Design review and possible approval should come at a later stage, and I would hate to have you be nudged toward approving an inappropriate conceptual design based on needs that evaporate or are under further scrutiny. And I'd like to take finally 10 seconds to say that I find Mr. Kernal's chummy first name basis with staff and board members suggests an insider's familiarity that is not available to members of the general public. It's quite off-putting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other members of the public who would like to speak?
Thank you, Chair Moore. At this point, I do not see any other members of the public that have raised their hand. Oh, just kidding. We have Patricia Saley who has raised their hand to speak. Patricia, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and you will see a timer for 2 minutes here, allowing you 2 minutes to speak on this item. Thank you.
Do I need to start over? Anyway, good afternoon. I appreciate that effort has gone into redesigning the proposed police station located at Coda and Santa Barbara streets. That said, I still have concerns about the building's size, setbacks, and its compatibility and impact on the area. This is a large civic building that must exemplify Santa Barbara, especially as it is immediately adjacent to El Pueblo Viejo. The architect cited the post office on Anacapa Street as an inspiration, but that building has a huge setback, as does the existing police station on Figueroa Street. This project, in contrast, crowds both Coda and Santa Barbara streets. The upper floors should be stepped back further to provide a transition to the adjacent low-scale buildings, not loom over them. The Coda Street parking structure is austere and lacking in interest and a pedestrian scale. At this point, I don't believe the compatibility findings with the existing neighborhood can be made. If ever there was a project that cries out for story poles, this is it. While trained architects may not feel they're useful, they are very informative for other key players, including the Planning Commission, City Council, and most importantly, the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any others that would like to speak?
Thank you, Chair Moore. At this point, I do not see any other members of the public that have logged into the webinar to speak. We do have Mary with some written public comment we've received on this item.
Yes, thank you, Christina and Chair Moore. We did receive written correspondence for this item, and it was distributed to the board before this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will close public comment and go on to questions from the board. Mr. Olson, do you have a question?
Yes. I wonder if the applicant would give us a little closer look at the tile details on the parking garage elevation facing Coda Street.
Board Member Olson, I don't know that we can zero in on the elevations, but it's probably going to be, that's still something that we are or will be developing. We still would like to pursue the idea of this tile that kind of devolves as it ascends up. But, you know, right now, I think this is just a placeholder as the screening mechanism for the automobiles within that. And we do need to, you know, there is a security component of this, at least at the first floor, that we're going to have. So that is the intent. I apologize, we don't have more specific detail on that for you right now.
Thank you. Second question. Again, this is outside of our purview, but will there be signage on the building that identifies it as a police department building?
Yes, we're intending to have, there's a sign that shows up on the plans at the corner. And I think it may have been on one of the renderings. And then we are going to have signage over the top of the door at the entrance. I don't think it shows up here. Yeah, so you can see the sign. Well, it's not actually back one, Mr. Bolton. So you can see the sign there, and then there'll be signage over the main entrance. If we go back 2 or 3 renderings real quick, I can show you, we sort of have it, you can see that shield element above the main entrance. So that's going to be the opportunity to sign the building at that street side.
So the reason I asked the question, I just have some concern about identity for the building, so that we, when we're referring to this years down the line, we say, take it to the police station, and it has some identity that that's what it is. And that's why I asked that particular question. My third question is the Palm Alley, I think is very effective, and I believe there is parking along what would be the west side of Santa Barbara Street. I can't quite remember for sure, but I believe parking is allowed along that side of Santa Barbara Street. Can you confirm that?
It is now. I will tell you, there've been some discussions about what we should do with that. Our police station expert has expressed some concern about that being remaining as public parking, just because of the concern of somebody pulling up with a car loaded with explosives and detonating it. But that it is currently available for a portion. I think there's 3 spaces along there now, prior to the entrance into the commuter lot.
I wonder if that wouldn't be an opportunity to move that alley a little further into the street to actually use some of the street for that alley.
Okay, it's good point.
Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whalen.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. Could we go to the first image, which I believe Mr. Canal presented, that showed the changes in the footprint that were outlined with a red line? Yes, this one. I see. So in Mr. Canal's presentation, he said it moved, the parking structure moved 3 feet to the north, and I see that now. I had a different picture in my mind. That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Six, any questions?
Yeah, several. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Mr. Cornell, the parking, the CODA entry to the parking garage, you have a one-story element and parking above that. Is there any function on the first floor, if you could eliminate the parking above, is there a functional reason for that first enclosure before the actual gate?
No, there is not. It's just really, announcing that as as the police department entrance, but no.
Okay. The second question, as we alluded to last time, would it be nice to bring activity to the first floor of the parking garage? Was there any consideration of shifting or possibility of shifting the fleet bicycles, or at least the storage bicycles? There's a fairly successful bicycle display on the Anacapa Anapamu parking garage, where you can see into the the bike storage. Was there a consideration, or is that a possibility that could happen here and replace the front end of the parking spaces with a semi-enclosed or the bicycle function?
We did talk about it. I think we were busy with the architecture, so we didn't address that, but I'm not going to say it's not possible to do something like that. I know that parking spaces, the count is critical, but I think we might have that flexibility.
Okay. Can we go to, let's see here. Can we go to the third third floor? Mr. Cannell, is there a possibility of there is a given setback from Santa Barbara Street to this upper floor? Could it be possible to shift the massing or the square footage, reducing the roof terrace that we see in that indent and pulling the frontmost of that third floor along CODA back to equal the setback along Santa Barbara?
So I'm sorry, the question is, could we pull the CODA Street back an equal amount, so another 10 feet?
Yeah, and fill in or not have such a large roof terrace and roof skylight area there.
Well, I'm going to say no, because I'll tell you that we've been coordinating these plans with what our program needs are, and we've, just the little bit that we have done has been challenging to make sure that the spaces work. It's not a simple matter of, carving a little bit away there versus another spot, simply because of the functions. For instance, on this floor, this is primarily investigations, and it is a large floor plate that services that. So I honestly, it would be a challenge.
So you can't pick up square footage by less or shrinking the roof terrace and shrinking that indented roof terrace where the roof skylight is, and filling that more in and pushing back the frontage?
I will tell you it would be challenging, and that large skylight is really an important feature down in the large locker room area, which is going to be, you know, open lockering for all of staff, and we really want to make that a light-filled space. So, you know, it would cut into that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be a great challenge to our current space plan.
Okay, if you could go to one of your, I think it's probably one of your perspective elevations. I think the one from the corner looking, the next one. Next one. Yeah, this one here. If I subtract numbers on the survey, it seems like the site drops approximately 6 feet. Well, the question is, does the site along Santa Barbara Street drop what it says in the indicates on the survey? It drops 6 feet, correct?
Yeah, it's you know, it's between 5 and 6 feet, but yes, approximately that's correct.
Okay, so this line, the line of the sills at the window are consistent here, and that line is how much above the street at the corner?
Let me look at the elevations.
I guess Brian, the easy question is, how high are the window sills on the interior?
So this is Jeff Hornbuckle from the Cornell Collective. The window sills are 4 feet above the finished floor.
All right, thank you.
And the finished floor is approximately 5 feet above the sidewalk at the corner.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff.
Those are my questions.
Okay. Mr. Black, questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay. So my main question is, after the last meeting, and we made some comments about the, particularly the Coda Street elevation being a little austere, not a little, but just being austere and uninviting, and suggesting that some program be moved to that side to enliven that portion of the building. Is there a reason that this building can't be an L-shape building programmatically and wrap around the parking structure?
Well, I will tell you that programmatically, we are trying to create something that from a plan standpoint, as I mentioned, is extremely flexible. So, you know, the L-shaped building, you know, which would put then the parking structure on the Santa Barbara Street side, you know, I'm not sure, you know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the inhabited portion of the building would be an L-shape wrapping both the Coda Street and Santa Barbara sides, which with openings obviously for the garage entries. Is there a reason that can't be accomplished?
Well, you know, I would tell you that in part, it has to do with meeting, you know, the needs of building a parking structure next to a building and having that work in an efficient way. And so I'm afraid that it would create some real inefficiencies and impact the parking if we did that. I'm not sure I can see how we do that. That's not to say that we can't try to absorb some of those parking bays along Coda, but bear in mind that's, you know, that's 80 feet is that section. Those are basically 20-foot bays. So we've got 80 feet along there that is going to be heavily landscaped and is that sort of future bus stop area with the plaques, et cetera. So it's not a tremendous long section of street that we're talking about.
Okay, and then the photovoltaic canopy on the roof, where is that in relationship to the sidewalk, sort of setback wise?
We should probably go to the roof plan. So those canopies are, it looks like, right at the edge of the building. So that's 11 feet back from the back of sidewalk.
Okay, and has a study been done of as far as the area required, or is this is simply trying to maximize the available roof area?
Well, we have studied it, and the intent, as I mentioned, I think at our first meeting, is that this building be net zero. We are showing the amount of panels that our consultant at this point has advised to try to be able to achieve that goal.
Okay. Is there, I'm sure there's other configurations possible. Is there, other than square footage and orientation, is there a reason that the array along Coda Street at the parking garage is there?
Well, I think it's just a matter of being consistent how we're placing it over bays. But, as far as those numbers, if the board had a problem with the panels, which I find to be interesting, I mean, it kind of partially tells the story. We want that to be very cleanly detailed, but we could probably find a spot. Maybe we'd have to cover one of the aisleways and limit any larger vehicles in that section is one possibility, but we could certainly attempt to do that if the board has a problem with those panels.
Okay, they're just, they're very visible from one of the perspectives, actually two of the perspective shots, they're very visible. And okay, those are my my questions. Are there any other follow-up questions for the applicant at this point? No? Okay, let's go to comments, please. Somebody want to start?
Yeah, Chair Moore, I will start.
Please.
So, part of, it's even stated in the objective guidelines that garage entry should be pushed back from the street. Mr. Canal, I suggest that, can we go to the Coda Street elevation? Yeah, I suggest that the one-story garage entry that's right straight on the very lower left-hand side here, that I suggest that there would be other ways to fill in more bays on the second floor or wherever on the north part of this parking structure in order to handle the 4 spaces that would be removed if you got rid of this whole one-story structure there and pushed it all the way back to the indent that the second floor is. So I think there's a way to massage the garage in order to get rid and push this thing back the whole length of the bay of the front parking spaces along that street. I think there is also, if we go to the sections, I think, and the section B, and this might, it would seem that Mr. Cannell, you could find a way to dip the garage, the basement, and perhaps some of the first floor ramp in order to reduce the rise that's required to get up to the garage entry. It's not a big deal, but it would be nice to, to not have that be elevated above the street, to dip that down a bit. If we go to the third floor plan, Mr. Cannell, I think that there's got to be an opportunity to find different massing to maybe not entirely move the frontage of this third floor along Cota back, but I think every effort should be to massage the floor plan in order to get at least portions of it back as far as the Santa Barbara Street. If we could go to, as I suggested before, that to bring at least some interest to the parking garage at the ground level, that you should entertain some type of, maybe bringing the shuffling parking with the bike requirements either in the basement storage, bike storage, or the second floor fleet biking, in order to bring that more interior and more interesting activity to the street and open it up, such as the Anacapa parking garage. I think that if we could go to the perspective elevation from that corner with the blue wainscot one, next. This one, I think that it doesn't have to happen to all the windows, but I think especially these ones in the corner, you should look at bringing either the window or a spandrel panel down to the floor level and take these blue tile, make the windows look lower by bringing the windows or the window-like assembly down to finished floor. And maybe there's other places, such as if we could go to the next slide. Well, it's on the very left-hand corner here, where there's a large window in the stairway to the garage. There we go. That large window there, and given that that's in a stair tower, could that window be set much lower to give a more human scale and not so high up? If it's the window, the stair structure could pass easily by or in between the window. If we could go to a couple slides back up. One more, please. Yeah, right there. That's good. And I think I looked at the building to see if we could do this, and I think there's other places on the building for your roof roof gardens if you need to maintain that. It seems like one could have this trellis structure back off of Coda Street by a full bay and have it not have to present itself proud as it is here on both corners. It would give it a little charm and a little quirkiness if the first perimeter beam of this trellis was aligned with, you can see the little return of the actual building in the background there. So if you could eliminate a bay and bring that back from Coda, I think that it would help reduce it, as well as I would think you could study lowering this whole structure down 2 feet or something. It looks, I know you're pairing it with or leveling it off with the third floor, but could you not step down for maintenance from the third floor to this roof garden? So I think that there'd be an opportunity to further reduce the impact to the street of this massing. I think that, a very important thing, if we go to a couple slides, I'm fully resonate with Chair Moore's idea of this first, next slide, please. Two more. I'm sorry, forward. Here, whoop, there you go. Yeah, I think that it looks like, I think that this particular solar panel should be completely eliminated. There are, it seems to me, places where the equivalent area of solar panel can be added, such as a cantilevering, a bay and a half over the airspace above the ramp to the third floor. And you could even, because it's so not visual, you could even mount some panels on the mission tile mansard of that faces the parking garage. So I think it's very important to see this guy completely go away. And lastly, Mr. Crenell, I think that the screening suggested in the parking garage is still too contemporary. It's a contemporary thing. I think there's plenty of beautiful Eastern Mediterranean expressions of screening, and that these openings don't have to be one big opening. There should be smaller openings or a hierarchy of openings. So a much more traditional look to the parking garage screening than you have now. So those are my comments.
Okay. Who's next?
I can be next.
Mr. Olson.
Yes. So I want to comment about the entrance, the changes to the entrance. I think I've already said this, but I think they're very successful. And especially as a movement from where they were previously, I still see the need for identity here, so that this building has an identity of its own. It isn't the big white government building down on the block. Now, the applicant is proficient in his architectural buildings around the town, the city, and I think that in this case, the homage to the Spanish colonial tradition perhaps needs to be strengthened a bit. And, I'm not an architect and I'm hesitant to make criticisms of that way, but I say it with a high degree of respect for the applicant's ability. One other point is a southeast, the building entrance, the portion of the building on the southeast corner, I think has been very much improved. I still look for something here, like it's like it could use a freeze there. Something that it's such an important corner, and the movement that's been made to it has strengthened it. I'm still feeling the need of perhaps something there that isn't there yet. And contrary to some of the other comments by some of the other board members, I think the correlation of the main building to the parking garage works. And so I don't have any comments that I could see to improve that. Let's see if I have anything else here. Oh, I would continue to say that the area that's been devoted to parking along Santa Barbara Street there, I still think presents some, I see the potential conflict of the problem that could create for the police department, and that therefore it might create some still opportunity for additions to the landscaping of the building. Those are my only comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Black, did you have comments?
Well, in a project like this, I would always defer to the architectural members of the board. I will say, just from my perspective, I mean, stylistically, I think there've been a lot of improvements to the main building. I really, when I first looked at it, I thought, well, that's definitely headed in the right direction. I really like it. I am very troubled, though, still by the parking garage. I'm just not understanding the relationship between a more traditional approach to Spanish colonial architecture and the parking garage, specifically the tile screen. While it's it's interesting, and I sort of admire the notion of it, but I'm not thinking. I think not here. It just seems like a departure from the architecture stylistically that you've already developed for the main building. It just seems like apples and oranges to me. But so that being said, I would like it to read all stylistically all as one, and I'm not seeing that here, at least what I'm seeing in the renderings. That's all.
Any other comments before I chime in? Go ahead, Mr. Whalen.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Moore. First off, I appreciate Mr. Kernow's responsiveness to the previous comments, reducing the plan to a rectilinear layout from some of the angular ones, I think was a big improvement, and the reduction of the building surface from the street face goes a long ways to meeting some of our comments. The entryway, I appreciate the palm court. It may be in conflict with the tower as an identifying agent to the entry. So it may come down to the choice of palm, which I don't think Ms. Miller outlined for us, whether it was a Syagris or whatever, but some caution there about the type of palm to truly create a successful entryway. I think the bulk of my reaction to the plan is reflected by other comments. There seems to be a big disconnect between the office building and the parking structure on Coda Street. I would like to see a more unified approach, which would work against this tile screen. The building as itself, as others have alluded to, has a perfectly fine image as a commercial building of a high standard in Santa Barbara. I do think the design needs to go further in becoming part of the civic imagery and collection of buildings that Santa Barbara is famous for. Back to the parking garage, I agree with pushing that entryway back and reducing its impact, reducing the PV panel on that Coda Street that's so glaringly, I think, out of character. And I think that about simply covers it. Thank you, Chair Moore.
Okay, thank you. Well, my own comments are that this project is required to comply with the urban design guidelines, and that in many other projects that have come before us, we have held those applicants to those standards as well. And in this case, in my opinion, the fact that the building is really focused on the corner and does not follow the standards that parking shall be moved away from the right of way and screened, and ideally be placed behind the actual building it's serving. And I struggle to find that simply setting the garage back a few more feet and planting in front of it, that satisfies the intent of the design guidelines. I guess in my mind, the comments from the previous meeting, I guess they weren't strong enough, or at least in my opinion, they weren't strong enough in stating that the building really needs to be something that wraps around the parking garage, and by doing that would activate and be interesting along the sidewalk along Coda Street. And that's, I spent a little bit of time to go back and look at the design guidelines, and human scale character at the building base is an important factor. If we have even 80 feet of blank building, that's a quite a big distance in this area. I don't think that we want a public building to be setting that sort of example, or setting that sort of that out there for everybody else to see. So I would ask that the applicant restudy the makeup of that elevation to provide a design that complies with the design guidelines. And I would ask them to attempt to integrate any of the solar components into the design, or step them back to the degree that they're not visible or so visible from the public right of way. Those are my comments. So this project was continued for a concept review, and we need a motion.
Mr. Chair, could we have some comments?
Well, as you're aware, it's usually not a back and forth type of situation. So if you have some questions specific, a few questions specific for the board, you can go ahead. We have a few more minutes before the next item, so.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry that we can't have the back and forth, because I will tell you, traditionally in this town, for the 37 years I've been practicing, we've been able to. You know, I was hoping that what we had done, the board would appreciate, and you know, instead I feel like we got into a lot of specifics. As you know, we still have a long road to hoe, but I think the most troubling comment that I'm just not sure what I can do with it is our constraint that we have a 70,000 square foot building and we have a 270 space parking structure. And I just can't hide the fact that I have a parking structure. We took the approach with the Cottage Hospital parking structure to be very honest and direct with it and provide some beautiful detailing. And I think if any of you have gone there, it works quite well. So I'm at a little bit of a loss as far as how we aren't conforming with the urban design guidelines and what to do about that. You know, we've got plenty of parking structures in this town that, you know, are like, you know, the one just a block away on Anacapa is obviously right up against the street. Some portion of this parking structure is going to have to be against the street, and we want to handle it in as nice a way as possible. And that's why I think we wanted to solve the problem with landscaping. I'm fine getting rid of the grill that everybody can't stand, but you know, there are some very difficult programmatic constraints that we have to deal with here, and it's just there's not necessarily a lot of room to move, but I want to address the board's concerns. So I'm not sure what to do. We obviously are going to the Planning Commission in a couple of weeks to talk about height. I'm assuming that the board, as they were in your first minutes, are okay with the size, bulk, and scale, even though board member 6 asked us to move the Coda Street side back. I'm not sure what we're accomplishing in doing that in terms of making them equal, but I'm not sure what to do. I honestly am not. I think we can make many of the moves that were discussed, but some of them we can't. So I guess I'm looking for your help in understanding. I mean, is it the board's feeling that we have a project here that we can proceed with? Are you telling me that we need to make the parking structure invisible? I don't know what to do.
Okay, thank you. So if we could just have some brief discussion amongst the board members. So Mr. Kernal, if you could turn your camera off. And so we have some time before the next item, and this is an important project. You heard my comments. This is a board, so you know my comments are not the board's comments. So,
Mr. Chair, I think that it's appropriate to. I think your idea of the habitable functional space wrapping around and completely in front of the parking garage is admirable. It's ideal, but I think we should have a straw vote on whether that is necessary here in order to achieve the guidelines, or whether we can live with what I understand are constraints and have some of this garage, you know, granted, there needs to be a lot of massaging, and as we suggested, maybe some interest to the ground floor. and so forth, and a lot of revisions to it, but can the rest of the board members support the overall arrangement of the parts of on the site? And I think that's the question. Can you support the overall arrangement of the parts as presented?
I think that would be a good vote to take. I think before we do that, we should have a little bit of discussion. You know, for instance, your question to the applicant regarding moving some mass around or swapping some third level outdoor space, moving that from inboard to outboard so it helps step the massing back. I think that was your intent of the questioning.
Mm-hmm.
It was, you know, was met with, well, we have a skylight here that we'd like to have for the sake of the inhabitants and the locker room below. So there's a lot of elements to this project that we're not aware of, some of which are important programmatically and some are, well, we'd like to have this. And there's, with every project that comes in front of us, our charge is to make sure that it's conforming to the standards that are in place. And I don't know with this project how much of that is being dictated by we need to have a squarish building for efficiency's sake or programmatic sake. And you know, it certainly seems like there would be a way to rearrange the parking to allow the building to wrap around it, in my mind. So before we take our vote, I would like to hear other board members' perspective on that. Go ahead, Mr. Whalen.
Sure, I can support that supposition that there's a way to rejigger the two parts of the program, but then without really knowing the program, and it's difficult to say, it does seem to me that the two parts of the building, the parking structure and the building, don't necessarily have to look so different. That's
okay. Anybody else?
I think I've already given mine earlier.
Okay.
And if I may, I would say that if the applicant is earnest and again takes and pushes the CODA entry to the garage way back, eliminates the solar panels on third floor, does a much more traditional delicate job of the screening, introduces some kind of interest at the ground level of the parking garage, and pushes the mass of the third floor frontage back from CODA. I would accept the arrangement of the parts.
Okay. I may not agree with that if it comes down to the vote on those lines. And Vice Chair Six, if you'd like to craft a straw vote. Do that.
Well, if the applicant reduces the works on reducing the mass of the entry to the garage, eliminates the solar panel on third floor, finds a much more traditional solution to the garage elevation provides interest to the street level at the garage and pushes the third floor mass of the the prime habitable space on the Coda corner, that the arrangement of the parts on the site are acceptable. Yes or no?
Okay, there's a lot in there.
Yeah, could we simplify that, Richard?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't think I'm.
Okay. With some revisions to the design as presented, especially along Coda Street, are there arrangement of the parts of the building on the site acceptable? Is that clearly on?
Yes.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the straw vote. We have Chair Moore.
No.
Vice Chair Six.
Yeah.
Board Member Black.
I'll say yes.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Olson
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Mr. Whalen, we didn't hear you.
I think you're muted.
Was turned off. Yes.
All right, thank you. So the straw vote passes.
Okay. Mr. Whalen.
May I suggest a second straw vote on your proposal, Chair Moore, that the site plan be reconfigured to an L-shaped habitable space with parking structure behind it, and see what the support for that is? Or is that pointless?
Yeah, I would say it's unnecessary at this time. But
All
if
right.
somebody wants to craft a motion,
If I may, I think that the applicant is asking for direction, and if we, I'm sure that we would all vote yes, that would be the ideal thing, but I think that we would give the applicant two directions.
Very good.
well, all right, we need a motion.
Well, okay, I will attempt one. I think, first of all, that the board appreciates the response from the applicant to our previous comments. That the LA and the squaring of the building, bringing the entry closer to the street is very positive. The pushback, even though minimal, of the parking garage to Coda and providing more landscape is positive. I think that the number 4, that the progress toward a more Spanish traditional architecture is going in the right direction. I think there are still opportunities to provide detailing that reduces the apparent austerity of the building. The architecture frontage of the Coda garage needs significant revisions to provide more traditional detailing, especially the large interrupted emission tile and wire screen. The applicant should find ways to push the entry to the codicide garage back to the setback of the third floor. The applicant should find different areas to provide solar panels to eliminate the solar panel array up against Coda. The applicant should restudy the floor plate of the third floor office portion of the building to step back the third floor further from Coda, or portions of that frontage on the third floor from Coda. The applicant should study different techniques to bring more human scale, such as the lowering of sills or windows along Coda and the ocean or the lower side of Santa Barbara Street. The applicant should study opportunities to bring building functions to the first floor, first bay of the parking garage to provide more interest and more interest rather than simple parking spaces along that elevation on first floor. That this would be an indefinite continuation to the Planning Commission. That with the board's support for the height requested and the board's support of the overall building massing, short of the suggested request for restudy to reduce some of the massing and bring human scale to the street. That would be my motion.
Second,
Okay, seconded by Mr. Olson. A point of clarification from staff. This would be continued back to the board or to the planning commission? Since they are already scheduled for planning commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They are scheduled for planning commission, so the motion that Vice Chair Six has put up was continued indefinitely, or continued to the planning commission, and then it would come back to you.
Okay.
So if I understand, then my motion would not require them to come back to the board a third time before they go to planning commission. Correct?
Sorry, can I have somebody from the applicant team that knows the
Yeah,
planning?
can I clarify, please? Board member 6, members, this is just going to the planning commission for the community development findings relative to allowing an increase in the height over 45 feet. That's the sole purpose of the hearing at planning commission. We then will be preparing, I imagine we will want to come back to you responding to your motion. And then, could be that we'll come back 1 or 2 times before it actually goes to the planning commission for their development plan approval, which is still many months away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Canal. Then I would simply revise my motion to say indefinite continuance back to the board and not get complicated with the mention of the planning commission, except for that our motion would, the motion would still remain the verbiage that the additional height is acceptable to the board.
Vice Chair Six
Yeah.
and Chair Moore, if I may, we would prefer to come back to you prior to going to Planning Commission.
Okay.
We'd like to resolve some issues with you before we go to them.
So
If that's acceptable.
So I simplify my motion to simply say indefinite continuance back to the board.
agreed.
That particular portion.
Brad, if we could just talk about this, I would suggest if we're going to do that, then we ask for a 2-week continuance, because otherwise it could be a long time before we can get back on the agenda. But I also want to suggest that we're going to the Planning Commission for their approval simply to exceed the 45-foot height limit. So they're not taking action on anything else other than that. So I would suggest that we go ahead and check that box at the Planning Commission and then come back, work with the ABR prior to the Planning Commission approval of the project.
Understood. However, there are a number of us on this side that are not agreeing with that plan. We understand that it's just for height, but there are a lot of other issues that are clearly at play here. So again, we would like to come back here to ABR. We will delay our request of Planning Commission.
Okay, understood. So that doesn't change your motion, does it, Vice Chair Six?
Mr. Chair, I said indefinite, have to refer to staff on 2 weeks.
Right. You may just say next available agenda.
Okay, I'll say next available.
Agreeable.
Okay, oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Moore and members of the ABR. I'm just trying to see if we can get a certain date on this. I'm not sure if the applicant team would agree to February 8th coming back to the ABR, if that gives them enough time to address the comments or not. Can the applicant team weigh in on that?
I would just say next available agenda, and then you can coordinate with them offline if that's achievable for them or not.
Okay, the next available is February 8th.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like my motion read back, please.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and read it back. So the motion is to continue to the next available agenda, back to the full board with the following comments. The board appreciates the response from the applicant to the board's previous comments. The alley, the squaring of the building, and bringing the entry closer to the street is a positive improvement. The pushback of the parking garage and providing landscaping is also a positive improvement. The progress of the project towards a more Spanish traditional architecture is moving in the right direction. Number 5, provide detailing that reduces the apparent austerity of the building. The architecture frontage of the Coda Street garage needs significant revisions to provide more detailing, traditional detailing, especially with a large interrupted mission tile and wider screen. The applicant shall find ways to push the entry to the Coda side garage back to the setback of the 3rd floor. The applicant shall find different areas to provide solar panels in order to eliminate the solar panel array against Coda Street. The applicant shall restudy the floor plate of the 3rd floor office portion of the building in order to step back portions of the 3rd floor further from Coda Street. Number 10, study different techniques to bring more human scale, such as lowering of sills or windows along Coda Street and Santa Barbara Street. Number 11, the applicant shall study opportunities to bring building functions to the 1st floor, 1st bay of the parking garage to provide more interest. And lastly, the board is supportive of the additional height and supportive of overall building massing short of the suggested request for restudy to reduce some of the massing and provide more human scale.
I think that sounds good, Mary.
Really good, Mary.
Okay, well, let's take a vote.
All right, so we have Chair Moore,
No.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's take a brief 2-minute recess prior to moving on to item number 3. Thank you. and move on to item number 3. And this is 11 Anacapa Street, here for concept review. And this is a proposal for alterations and additions to an existing multi-tenant commercial building and parking area. Project involves converting 1,643 square feet of warehouse floor area to a wine tasting business, including a new 1,962 square foot 45 seat roof deck, the second story storage area and bar. Second story and roof access would be provided with a new exterior stair and elevator. Additional parking would be provided with a 22 space mechanical lift structure, replacing 9 surface parking spaces for a total of 45 parking spaces. Planning Commission review is required for a coastal development permit and a parking modification to allow 45 parking spaces rather than the required 68 parking spaces for the proposed combination of uses in the building. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. This project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines and outdoor lighting design guidelines. Okay, I believe the project planner from the city, Mr. Bowman, has some remarks to make before we jump in.
All right, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. I'm Tony Bauman, planner, city staff assigned to this project. The ABR might remember a pretty similar project that was almost a year ago approved by the board for a significant tenant improvement and a coastal development permit and parking modification. So this one is similar in those respects. It's another tenant improvement that requires more on-site parking, but this time the parking would be provided in a mechanical lift structure. And this one is different in that it's proposing a large roof deck and a bar on the roof of the building. Well, like the project description says, a 22 space mechanical lift replacing just about literally 9 surface parking spaces. So the site plan only changes just as that states. And then there's a new stairway going up to the roof deck, kind of on the north end of the building on the Helena Street side, but not much change to the site plan. The previous project had a waiver of the landscaping standards requiring a certain depth of perimeter planters, so those would stay as they are. So a new waiver is not necessary unless things change significantly. Your comments would, well, we're not really needing ABR comments on the parking modification. It's not really an aesthetic issue in terms of how many parking spaces are required or provided. Just the aesthetics of the parking structure itself, general aesthetics of the project, compatibility, et cetera. And then the project would go to the Planning Commission. So I'll be here if anyone has questions or if you have any questions for me now. Otherwise, yes, I'll stand by.
Yes, Mr. Bauman, just to reiterate and clarify the point you just made, that our job is not to review the number of parking spaces or that type of planning and zoning topic. It's strictly the aesthetics of the building and the parking lift structure itself. Is that correct?
Yep, exactly. And the agenda footer refers to the urban design guidelines. The only thing I could think of relevant there would be that the previous project, you might remember, also added a new pedestrian pathway between Anacapa and Helena along the north side of the property, and that would remain. So that's something that's discussed in the urban design guidelines. Otherwise, there's not too much relevant in there, and the outdoor lighting design guides are just your usual review of outdoor lighting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry,
Mr.
Mr. Six, go ahead. Yes.
May I ask, Tony, why it's going to Planning Commission and what is their purview on this project?
It's a coastal development permit.
Uh-huh.
and
So
the
they
parking
have-
modification.
So are they reviewing it for mass, bulk, and scale or any aesthetic considerations? Just the parking?
Yes, they have to make coastal policy consistency in their visual coastal policies. So they would be interested in what the ABR has to say about the proposed roof deck, just the visual appearance of it. And the large thing the Planning Commission will be looking at is coastal access, which is very relevant for the parking modification, but that's not a design review consideration.
Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome.
Okay. So before we jump in, hopefully you guys are all seasoned veterans. We have our 15-minute timer here in the upper right. And we ask if you could keep your presentation to that timeline. Then we can be sure we have time for questions, etc. So if you could introduce yourselves and take it away.
Chair Moore and fellow board members, Happy New Year to you all. We're happy to and excited to bring you additional improvements to the building at 11 Anacapa. It's a new tasting room in this building. As staff mentioned, you previously approved some improvements for the beer garden tenant, an accessible dining deck, along with parking lot and landscape improvements. Our team, we have Justin from DMHA from my team will also present on the architectural. And Courtney of CJMLA is our landscape architect, and she'll propose the site and landscape improvements. And we have Jarrett Gorin of Vanguard Planning, our planner, for hearing any questions specific to planning issues. So let's go to page 6, or sorry, start with page 2, Mr. Bolton. So here's just a kind of a quick reminder of what the building looks like. And let's zoom into the bottom right-hand corner. And these are some progress photos of the beer garden improvement proposed on the corner. They're 3 months further along than this now, and it's pretty much in wrap-up mode. So we'll get some fresh photos for the board for the next time that we're here. But really, it's a 100 by 100 foot building, 2-story building, and we're proposing to keep the improvements along Helena Avenue, which is kind of the funk zone. If we could zoom out and look at that frontage. Probably photos, second row. The second row really captures those. Thank you. Okay, so let's jump to page 6 and let's take a look at our proposal. So here's our proposed site plan. And so here you can see on the building, the upper left-hand quadrant of the building, you've got 2 tenant spaces, which we propose to convert into wine tasting and storage for this tenant improvement. Additionally, you'll see we've got an elevator and stair systems on the north side that go up to a new roof deck. And the other tenancies are really going to stay as they are. The only modification, or I should say change, to the previous approval is the back corridor coming from the parking lot side has been modified a little bit to get some shared restrooms and bike parking. On the right-hand side of the site, you'll see the proposed parking lift that we have. It's a 3-story 3-level parking lift, not 3 stories, 3 levels. We've got a lot of detail on that as well. In order to get the necessary parking for this intensification of use on the tenancy side. So as staff mentioned, we're going to be going to the Planning Commission for coastal development approval and for the parking modification. Thus far, we've responded to the first round of DART comments, which were minor in nature. So there's already been some minor updates to this plan, which we can talk about as we go through things with you. But it was important to get to your board to really just give you an initial presentation to what we're thinking. And we really want to get your comments on the direction that we're looking at. And hopefully we can get some positive comments to move ahead to Planning Commission. And we hope that you like what we're scheming up. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Justin, and he can take you through the architectural proposal.
Okay, let's just get into the plans and go to page 18. Go back a couple. Well, then we can look on this one. So with this plan, this elevations, we're seeing the existing Helena Street elevation that we're not changing from above. And then the lower elevation, you see to the left of the sheet, you see the exterior stair going up along the pedestrian access that is also flanking it along that side. And we're proposing a louvered screen system to screen that stair. And also because of if you see the plan, we have some large openings to reduce the amount of visual glass along that side, but allow filtered light to come through. And then beyond, you're beginning to see the elevator tower and the roof canopy from above. That's more in the center of the building. Then if we go to the next sheet, oh, go back a sheet. I apologize. So this is the north elevation, which you see more of the stair system that's going up, that's behind this louvered anodized aluminum screen that the intention of the design is to kind of reflect the filtered light we all have seen in like the kelp forest, and to kind of create this layered effect along the facade. And then to the left of this, you can see so you can, on this one, you start seeing the screening that you get with the central core with the elevator going up. And then to the left, you see the proposed or the existing beer garden elevation that becomes this connection along this pedestrian alley that we've created. So I think the best now is to go to the renderings towards the end of the sheet to really get into it, to see what we're proposing. Okay, so the top image, top right, is you see the existing Helena Street facade remaining, and then this screened element that we show the corner facade, it really starts bringing this pedestrian access, kind of enhancing it. If we zoom out a little bit. And then the lower image, you see more of the Helena Street elevation with the rooftop deck, as you can see, is set back, and the roof canopy of the elevator tower and stair tower beyond. The two images on the bottom, you start seeing the car stacking system that is we're proposing wrapping the skeleton of the car stacker with a perforated metal system that would have cable vines growing up it that would be behind the existing mature landscaping. And you also see the existing site walls that are helping screen that object. Go to the next page, please. These are additional images. On the right side, we're seeing the rooftop deck experience. And then to the left, we're seeing more of the parking structure being proposed. Then the last image, or the last sheet, please. Do we have 803? Or no?
It's 802. Looks like Chester.
Okay. Is that the last sheet?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and then to the applicant, this is the last sheet of this plan set.
Okay, well, Okay, that's it. Thank you. Pass it on to Courtney, please.
Thank you. Chair Moore, board members, excited to share this project with you today. I think this is a really wonderful add to the Funk Zone, and we're really happy to be continuing to work on this property. I hope you've seen how the beer garden building turned out, because it looks really nice. And we're really happy with how the paving turned out as well, and that's in large part to the comments we got from this board. So why don't we have Mr. Bolton go to page 9 of the PDF document, and I can walk you through the landscape plan. Some of you, I believe, were involved when we came through with the beer garden project, and so this may be familiar to you. Basically, we just have some modified planters that we're looking at as part of this site plan. So anything that's shaded green on the plan is going to be modified from what's existing. And those were improvements that were made with the prior project. So we did implement a series of new trees and did protect the existing eucalyptus that you see there along the bottom right-hand corner of the plan. So none of the trees will be removed as part of this project. Those will all remain. And if anything, we're just going to modify the ground level planting in those areas. We will be implementing some new biofiltration planters, bioretention planters, as part of our Tier 3 requirements. And so those are shaded in a little bit darker green, and you can see the triangle at the bottom right-hand corner, and then that shape on the left as well. And then the top left as well. So generally our plant palette is extreme drought tolerant. The prior project does not have an irrigation system, so everything that we implemented was intended to survive with very little maintenance, and so far it's doing really well. And this go around, we wanted to work along with that plant palette and add some new things. Obviously, in keeping with the biofiltration requirements, we would have things like juncus planted in those areas. Otherwise, I'll mention we do have some new permeable paving. So you'll see that indicated with running on hatch pattern, and mostly just those two moments, the entry and exit through that adjacent parking area. And that would go along with the existing improvements that we made as part of the beer garden project. So I believe it's a 4x8 gray running bond permeable system. So if you could go to the next page, Mr. Bolton, and we do have some imagery. Oh, sorry, could you flip back just really briefly? We do have some imagery on the left that speaks to our landscape treatment for the parking structure. So the idea is that we would plant probably a combination of two different vines to grow up and eventually kind of enclose and cover that structure. So it really becomes more of a green element and sort of fades into the landscape there alongside those existing trees. So then if you go to the next page, I'll finish up. So this is just a plan of the roof deck. In particular, I'll just call your attention to the image on the far left. This is a concept that we had to address perimeter of this space, which I know is usually, the most important to the design review board. So we have a combination of these sort of standing or height tables and planters that kind of encircle the perimeter of this roof deck. So from the ground level, what you would see is, mostly planting. And, of course, that's behind a parapet height wall. And you can see, if you move over to the plan, you can see that in the plan. And the materials up here, we're looking at, natural warm woods and pretty limited color palette. but you can see the green symbols indicate the planting. So up here, really durable stuff like aloes, things can withstand, you know, the full sun and marine environment. And I believe that concludes my part of the presentation, unless Jarrett or Ed had anything to add. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll continue. Thank you, Courtney. Let's go to page 14. I just want to touch on a couple other key points of the design here. Look at the roof deck here. So just to give you a better orientation here of the roof deck. So here again, to the north, you can see the new stair tower. To the right of that, the elevator tower. And then to the south of that, we have another internal stair, which provides the second exit down through the building for egress. So I just wanted to show you kind of the configuration of the broader roof. Behind our new roof structure on the right-hand side is the screened-in mechanical well, or our mechanical equipment for beer gardens. Now to page 20. And 20 has kind of our enlarged views of the parking structure. And so here you can see the height, it's about 21 feet. And you can see our building on the right-hand side. So the proposed parking structure is lower. And it's gonna have some screening, perforated metal screening around it. On the end, let's go to the next page. There we go, in context here. You can see the beer garden facade in the background, and how we're gonna have solid, it's gonna be more solid on the shorter ends, and potentially we could do murals or different artistic elements here. And on the other side, on the left-hand side, it'll probably be a perforated metal on the right-hand side as well. Next page. And in the bottom right, you can see our proposed section of how we kind of put the new and the old together. And then 24 is the last page I wanted to show you. It's just a section of the car parker. You can better understand that. Yeah, so the top view shows the view really from the parking level and the 3 levels of the parking. And then we have required covered roof and edges again, just for durability, because we're right by the ocean and it's an outdoor structure. So there's quite a bit more information and views. This was our abbreviated in the 15 minutes. So please feel free to ask any questions related to any of the views. We're happy to walk you through it in more detail. Again, we're excited to bring this building back to you for some additional improvements, and we hope you have some positive comments. We look forward to what the board thinks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will open public comment now. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board regarding this project? You can follow the instructions on screen.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do see several, and board, I do see several people that have raised their hand for public comment. I will call on Tammy Hughes first. And Tammy, I'm going to unmute you, and you'll also need to unmute yourself when you get this, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tammy Hughes. My husband and I are property owners and neighbors across the street, and I'll make these comments very brief. The project looks fantastic. The Dream Team is involved in this, and so I just wanted you to know that it has our full support, and it's a great addition to the neighborhood. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a nice evening.
And our next speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Alexander Argopoulos. Pardon me for mispronouncing your name. And then Jan Marco van Yeert after that. Alexander, you're unmuted. You couldn't go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Oh, thanks, guys. Hey, sorry about that. My name's Alexander Argyropoulos. My family are also, we have some properties in the Funk Zone and are also neighbors. And we love the project. We've been watching it go up and have checked in and seen the plans. And I think it's going to be a great addition to the neighborhood, and it'll help revitalize the waterfront district. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Jan Marco Van Yert. I've unmuted you, Jan. You'll have to unmute yourself as well, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak on this item, please.
Thank you very much for your attention. And I reviewed the presentation, and I have to say it's very impressive. And I absolutely love the Funk Zone, especially that corner and the building and what Ray has done with it to actually leave it the way it was, and which I think takes much more courage than starting fresh. And I love the murals and the authenticity and the very special area it is. It's probably one of the most unique buildings in Santa Barbara. Seeing the plans, what is proposed, I have to say this couldn't be done better to add new and old, and especially in the Funk Zone. I think this gives a really good edge. Personally, I can't wait to be on the rooftop when COVID is over with some of my best friends. And I think they did it very tastefully, but also in a way where it shows that you can mix old and new in a style where it's not offensive. And it is very well done. And I can see the final product in person. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Thank you, Chair Moore. We have 2 more people that have raised their hand and would like to speak. Jill Johnson and Rafael Carrillo. I will call you in that order. Jill, I have sent you an unmute request. You'll need to unmute yourself, and then you'll have up to 2 minutes to speak on this item. Thank you. Jill Johnson. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize about that. So I'm Jill Johnson, and I own Loveworn, which is a retail clothing store in the same building that I've had for a little over 3 years. And my partner Wallace has the gallery. I stand with the other commentators here tonight, and I'm so impressed and excited about the project. I think it's something like we haven't seen right down here in the waterfront in Santa Barbara. And I feel like it's beautifully designed. I can't tell you how thrilled I am to be a neighbor and be in this building and in this project. I think Ray's done a wonderful job, so has everybody else that's on this project. So I'm super excited about it. I support it 100%, and I'm really looking forward to the fruition of this project. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, do we have anyone else?
We have Rafael Carrillo, and Rafael, I am sending you an unmute request. You can unmute yourself as well now, and then you'll have up to 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of you for being here and for caring so much about our beautiful town. I have been a Santa Barbara local. I am 53 years old. I'm an artist and a builder. I've had a long personal history with this very same building that you guys are discussing. In the early 90s, my girlfriend had an amazing art studio there in that very same corner that they're suggesting the wine tasting. And we would sit on that roof at nighttime and enjoy the priceless view. And we used to talk about how amazing it would be to have a place to sit there and have some drinks and just a destination point. I heard about this and I just thought it was brilliant. I'm so behind it. And I hope that you guys can see the vision for this. All the suffering that our town has has been through in 2019, both emotional and financial. I am so happy that we have visionaries that want to invest and bring positivity into our community. I sure hope you guys see it this way, and God bless you all for being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Moore, I also have Matt Labrie, who has raised their hand indicating that they would like to speak. Matt, I have sent you an unmute request. You may unmute yourself and you have up to 2 minutes to speak on this item. That's actually the last person I've seen with their hand raised at this time.
Great. Can you hear me? Mr. Chair and members of the board, thank you so much. And I echo the comments earlier and also Mr. Carrillo's comments. I just wanted to add too that I've served on the parking committee for quite a number of years, and I'm very intrigued and encouraged by this parking solution and the treatment, and appreciate the design and how it's nuanced with the rest of the building and the settings. So just want to give a plug for that. And again, thank you for investing your time, and appreciate this project, and hope you have positive comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's anybody else out there, now is the time to raise your hand.
Chair Moore, I do not see anybody else has raised their hand. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mary to see if we've received any written comment.
Thank you, Christina and Chair Moore. We did not receive any written public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will close public comment and go to questions from the board. If you have a question, you can turn your camera on. Mr. Black, do you have a question to start off with?
Yeah. So first question is, what is the material used for this screen? I'm looking at this image in the upper right-hand corner going up to the roof deck. What is that material made out of? Is it steel?
This is Justin Harmon. It will be anodized aluminum, just for durability.
Okay, and then does it have a finish on it, or is it naturally go to that dark color that you show here in the photograph?
It would be a bronze color, anodized bronze.
Okay. So, and then I have a question too about that parking structure on the other side. Can we go to that picture of that? And then what is that material, that screening material? Same?
No, that would be perforated corrugated metal.
Perforated metal. Okay, so my understanding is the way this works, and I mean, I'm familiar with lift systems, but I've always seen one inside of, a parking structure, not freestanding like this one is. So cars go underneath and then they're lifted up to as much as the 3rd level. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then based on what the images that I saw on Courtney's plans, is it the intent to try to plant vines and cover this entire thing so it's a big green vine covered box? Is that correct? Is that the intent? Or
yeah, it wouldn't be fully covered. I can't imagine the vines are gonna grow. Courtney probably can speak best to this, but I can't imagine towards the top. It kind of disperse as it gets towards the top of the structure.
Yeah. Okay, those are my only questions.
Okay. Who's next?
Mr. Chair?
6. Go ahead.
You know that there's a mix of modern and old, and references to new and modern on Yananali, but can you explain the immediate contextual rationale for the architecture presented?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What, can you give us a rationale for, why this architecture chosen goes well with the immediate surrounding buildings?
Well, with the parking structure, if we're looking at right now, the intention was, we have a skeleton to create that exists just simply by the structure of the stacker, and we were trying to minimize the structure around it, and the intention was, one, with the perforated metal, to create not a solid building, but something that would allow some light to come filter through it, and then
I'm sorry, you're not understanding my question. How does this relate to the neighboring buildings that are existing?
Mr. Six, I think I understand your question. So can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You can't really see too many of the neighborhood buildings in our renderings and the angles we shot. We got a sort of strange mix of things going on here, because right along Cabrillo, that has to be Spanish style, and that's what's over there with the 29 Cabrillo building with the tower on it. Our building that we start working with here is it's an old warehouse building, which didn't have a whole lot of architectural character to it other than the Helena elevation, which everybody loves that elevation the way it is, which is why we're leaving that intact. On the other side of Anacapa Street from us are very industrial buildings, with the exception of the Fish House restaurant that's right there on the corner of Cabrillo and Anacapa. As soon as you start coming back, there's that sort of, there's that strange like 3 or 4 story building that's there that I'm not sure what architectural style you would call that. But then immediately behind that, the next building that you get to is the Hughes property. I think it's 18 Anacapa, and that's an old industrial warehouse. And then across the driveway from it is another old warehouse building. The long buildings where like Corks and Crowns are and all. And so we have just sort of an eclectic mix of things out there that are sort of older industrial. And then, on the other side of Helena, you have sort of more Spanish things, because you're getting into where Pueblo Viejo guidelines start to apply. So we're sort of in the middle, and this is a modern use we have here. We're reusing this building and adding to it, and we're preserving the old parts of it and adding new things. And that, like, if you've been out there recently, that's been really successfully done with the beer garden.
Okay.
So that's the intent. That's why we're doing it this way.
Thank you. Next question, is there a technical reason that this parking structure has to have a breathable skin? Could it be solid skin?
I guess I can answer this one too. It could be a solid skin. Ed mentioned we were thinking the shorter end caps of it would be solid, so that we had, especially the street facing one, so we had an opportunity for some public art. We chose the perforated skin because, well, I mean, I don't have a technical way to describe this. I mean, we think it looks cool to see the cars through it, and it's a puzzle lift. So these things move around like one of those little kids' puzzles with the one missing square. And we just think it would be visually interesting to actually see a constantly changing backdrop through that perforated skin, and then also for people to be able to see those moving in there.
All right. So is there, because you're, I would assume, because you're just near to the ocean, that going one level underground is out of the question.
That's correct. And there'd be no way to get ramps. Well, it's a lift, but the water table's right there. We can't really go down.
Okay, and my last question, without the roof deck, simply the interior of the new restaurant requires more parking, correct?
That's correct, because we are intensifying the use above what the current uses are in the building.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, one more question. Probably to the architects. You're replacing the north elevation of the existing warehouse building. What is that comprised of? Is that all glass, or I noticed a door, but what's behind the stairway? On the actual wall plane of the existing building.
It's a steel frame that would be supporting the deck above, and then a glass brick infill.
Glass brick, okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whalen, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. It may be a little too technical from an architectural point of view, but I can't understand how a 3-level parking garage works. I understand how 2-level works, where you pull one car out and the other one's on a hydraulic lift and it goes up and down. But how does a 3-level work?
Justin, you want to take that, or you want me to take it?
Actually, Ed jumps in here. I'll get this one since I've done one of these in real life. Bottom left photo, if you could zoom in there on that page there, Mr. Bolton. Thank you. So puzzle parkers are essentially lifts that can also shift to the left and to the right. So if you look at the top level, it all works on pallets. So the top level will have a pallet for every single space. And then the level below it will have a missing pallet. And it can shift the opening to, if a vehicle needs to go up and down where that gap is. Similarly, on the ground level, they're all on pallets as well. And there's a missing space. And again, they can shift left or right to wherever the gap needs to go. So let's say the upper right-hand most vehicle needs to come down. So the vehicle below it and all the other pallets to the left of it will shift to the left as well as the ground level, creating the space for the upper pallet to come straight down, and then the vehicle can come out. And it's the reverse as they go in and go up. So all of the loading and the unloading happens within the same bay at the ground level, and then the machine moves them around as necessary. Does that answer the question?
Well, pretty close. But does that mean you can only service one car at a time in and one car out?
Correct.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Olson, did you have any questions?
Yes. Could we see the plan for the landscape for this particular building we're looking at, the garage? Okay, and so my question is that, I think I understood you say that vines would cover this building on all sides, or just on the sides where the vines can grow out of, where there's green space indicated?
Chair Moore, Commissioner Olson, thanks for the question. I think, so we're indicating the vines along the south side of that structure, and the intent is that they would cover that side. When we produce these plans, they're concept level, so we're still, kind of refining the ideas, and the most current thought is that we would put murals or other art elements on the east and west sides, the narrower sides of this structure. So those would not have vines. So we would keep those off of that space.
And what about the south or north side? What about the north side?
The north side, I think that we could accommodate vines there, you know, but we only have that planter on the east, just to the east of that. So it would be a slower endeavor to get them to cover that part of the structure.
Okay, and so also, would you describe again the perforated skin and what is the color of it and what do the perforations look like? It's a little better idea of what that might look like in reality.
I think I'll let the architects cover that one.
The intention is it'd be a corrugated perforated, so approximately 50% opening. And the coloring as depicted would be a bonderized metal. So imagine a darkened galvanized metal color.
Okay. It's not in our purview, but sure doesn't seem like it's earthquake proof.
I'm sure it is. Any other questions?
Not for me.
Okay. Let's see, has everyone else had their turn? I believe so. I have a couple of questions. Maybe this one is best aimed at Mr. Gorin. So the HLC boundary, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, runs down the center line of Helena Street? Is that correct?
Yeah, Chair Moore, I believe it is. And then also along Cabrillo Street.
Right. So let's see. So to the, I guess that would be the northwest, you have the sort of the back end of the California Hotel, correct?
That's right.
That's sort of catty corner to the project. Directly to the north, you have that little tiny building that they remodeled in place. It's sort of a barn.
On Helena Street.
Correct. Yeah, on sort of a little miniature thing. And then to the north of that, we have kind of a metal sided warehouse building.
That's right. And then, oh, go ahead.
To the south, or on the ocean side, we have recently remodeled 1- and 2-story structure. Okay. And if I'm standing at the corner of Anacapa and Cabrillo, and I look up Anacapa Street, I can see the site walls along the sidewalk that have sort of that swoop with the Theo tile on it.
Mm-hmm.
That is on this parcel?
It is. It's flanking that long driveway that goes between Anacapa and Helena.
Okay. So how far back from the edge of the sidewalk is the parking stacker situated? Is there a dimension there?
Let's see, we have on our most recent plans, we've got our sidewalk dimensions dimensioned. I believe the parkway is 4 feet and the sidewalk is 6 feet. So that's looking to me like the space between the sidewalk and the parker is roughly 7 feet, maybe 7.5 feet.
Okay. Okay, so in your opinion, I don't know that you have a shot in your drawing set. In your opinion, is that going to be visible from Cabrillo as you pass by Anacapa Street?
I would say that, yeah, you'll see portions of that end cap that are facing Anacapa Street, but it's also, if you could just back out a little bit of the drawing, that's where we've got most of the trees on this site. There's a really large tree right there at the corner, and that's mainly what you see. And then we've got a bunch of other trees that are in place that are already screening this. So I think you would see a portion of that end cap through those trees, but the majority of the long elevation, you won't see it because it's screened by the 2090s Cabrillo building. So you definitely see that something's there, but it's not, you won't see just a big flat elevation from anywhere.
Okay,
One other
and
thing
just
I
for
wanna point out-
orientation's sake, where,
In terms of neighborhood context, the major thing that's north of us is a big vacant lot right now, which something's going to come in on that. I don't know what, but we're going to have a new structure coming in there too. So probably take that into account on context as well.
and then just to complete the orientation questioning, right to the left of the bike racks, that's currently there's a overhead door there to the retail space in there, and that's going to remain as is.
That's correct.
Okay, those are my questions. Any follow-up questions before we jump into comments?
Excuse me, Chair Moore. This is
Yes.
Tony Bauman. I just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to let you know, the plan set that's online, page 2 of the PDF, has the surrounding site photos. If the ABR would find those helpful, they are available.
Yeah. And we've been through those. Okay, any other questions, board members? Nope, okay, let's move to comments. All right, who'd like to start out? Mr. Six, you wanna jump in?
Yes, I will. I'm having a really hard time with this project, as far as mostly for architectural expression. When, you know, first of all, as I said, that a lot of the new modern touches of this eclectic thing that we see is on Yananali, and the immediate context of this building has no modern to it, no sleekness. It's dangerously close, and is going to be, you know, I drove the site, and the rooftop garden, as well as, well, I can't say too much about the parking box up Anacapa, but the rooftop garden would be very visible from Cabrillo. When I look at the not counting the very traditional architecture up against the south and west of this building, when I look at the quote unquote funk zone architecture, it's, and the applicant said it himself, you know, old warehouse, industrial. I'd add to that, you know, eclectic, pieced together, platina, history, you know, barn. And this architecture is slick, modern, expressionist. It has nothing to do with the context of the immediate context of things. And, you know, if it was, you know, it just doesn't integrate at all to me, and is not what I think the intent and spirit of the funk zone is all about. So I'm having a real hard problem with it. And more specific, in order to kind of give the applicant an idea of what I'm talking about is, you know, the northern elevation, as we see in this slide, the upper right-hand corner, you know, instead of covering with this sleek modern screen, you know, the old part, the funky part of that old original building you should see it, and the stairway and the adds to it should be in front, or, you know, add but not hide entirely the integrity of the building as funky as it is, as it wraps around this corner. As far as the, you know, I think that the rooftop garden and this northern approach can be manipulated to get that sense of historic old warehouse funk zone flavor. I just don't know what to say about the parking box. You know, is it a machinery thing, or is it a warehouse or whatever? But it has in my mind, a long way to go architecturally before it is compatible and acceptable. That's my comments.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to go next. Mr. Whalen, go ahead.
I'll tear off of member 6's comments, and specifically to that stair tower. There seems to be an emphasis on the verticality and the darkness. Again, as Mr. 6 was saying, an emphasis on modern. The proponent mentioned this idea of the light quality of a, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting it now, but a seaweed grove. I think that would be something to strive for, something that really related to the place, or as Mr. 6 was saying, revealed the building beneath rather lightly. But this dark anodized addition with an emphasis on verticality just doesn't seem to be a part of the funk zone at all. And then pretty much similar to the parking structure, which might be a work of art on its own if it were to display some qualities aside from just being a simple box, which I don't think it needs to be. It could be very expressive. It could add to the quality and vibrancy of the funk zone, but rather now it's just, oh, well, it doesn't amount to much. And then to a point further, when I looked at the landscape plan, I saw one proposed vine, Distinctus, which I know from personal experience really doesn't do that well in a marine environment. If you want it to chase up to 3 stories, to ask any plant to do that, I think is a really big challenge. And the examples that are on the left side of the screen are, they look like they're from a rather jungle environment. So this emphasis that the parking structure is going to rely on the plantings, and yet I would appreciate some assurances that we have some known examples of plants that are going to accomplish this. Short of that, I would think that the design of this car box, if that's what we might call it, were much more expressive and added to the energy and sort of the je ne sais quoi of the funk zone. Again, it's painted in very dark tones. Perhaps if the intent of that structure is to emphasize the cars, which I heard from one of the proponents, there should be an absence of building to let the cars do whatever it is that to cast their charms on the area. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Olson, you have any comments for us?
Yes. The applicant says they're in the neighborhood here, there's a strange mix of buildings. And I think this parking garage is going to be the strangest of all of them. I really have trouble with it, as Mr. Six does too. The concept all seems fine for both of these buildings, but I think, and it's hard to say things don't fit in the funk zone, because by very nature, it seems like it ought to embrace such things as this, but this just doesn't seem to fit. And it's a little shocking, both of them. So I have to go with them also.
Okay, Mr. Black, any comments?
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better. I think exactly right. That's it.
Okay. Well, my own comments are, I certainly think it's a great idea to try and inject more life and energy into this building and into the funk zone. I think a rooftop tasting bar is a fantastic idea, would be a great contribution and probably a really fun place to hang out. I've actually been on that roof and it does have quite a nice view. But it's also very visible, and the building itself currently has a lot of charm and character to it. The beer garden project was successful because it played off of a lot of those elements and was an added bonus to this building that relied on interesting and quote unquote funky qualities and materiality that helped knit it into this building. So I would encourage the applicant to take a look at what was successful about that design and how they can approach this with a similar idea, not necessarily matching exactly that. I think that would be unfortunate, but you know, the way that beer garden project was approached, I think was really appropriate for this building and this setting. Those are my comments. So this project obviously was here for concept review. And this is the first shot at it. So does somebody want to take a crack at a motion? Anybody? No?
I did the work on the last one, so.
Right.
I'm gonna let my other more eloquent.
Mr. Olson or Mr. Whalen, you want to give it a shot for us? No? No takers, okay. Well, I will move for a continuance, indefinite continuance back to the full board with the following comments: that the applicant should restudy the proposed materiality of the additions, particularly attempting to meld the material choices with the existing condition, and to create something that is more compatible with the existing structure and the surrounding buildings.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And I think I want to make a point. I don't know whether it needs to be in the motion, but I think the applicant should take inspiration from the idea of this parking structure being an old warehouse and tin or industrial, or as Mr. Whalen said, you know, a piece of art. Maybe it looks like some kind of old marine functional thing where they're stacking boats, used to stack boats in these things, or something like that. So I think I just wanted to articulate that. Sorry.
Okay, so do you want to try and distill that down to in addition to the motion?
Well, I think that, okay, so in specific, another portion of the, or an additional comment would be the restudy of the materiality of the two structures should take inspiration from the number one, from the industrial old warehouse theme of the surrounding buildings, and or more artistic serendipity expression also in the area, especially along the west elevation of the initial building.
Okay. I will agree with that. Any other discussion?
I think Mr. Six has done this, but I think we all agree that the concept here seems to work. It's just the architecture of the that we're objecting to.
Yeah, I think I would go along with most of that. I'm not totally sold on the location of the parking building being so close and visible, but it really depends on how it's treated in the end, and I could see it being done a couple of different ways. It could be nice. So, all right, let's read that motion back, if we could.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and read it back. So the motion is to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The applicant shall restudy the proposed materiality of the additions, particularly attempting to meld materials with the existing condition and create something that is more compatible with the existing structure and surrounding buildings. And number two, the restudy of the materiality of the two structures should take inspiration from the industrial old warehouse theme of the surrounding buildings and or the artistic serendipity expression also found in the area, especially along the west elevation of the building.
Okay. That sound good, Mr. Six?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then let's take our vote.
All right, so we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with the final item being withdrawn, that will conclude our agenda for January 9th, or January 11th, sorry, of 2020. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you all.